Welcome everybody, and you are tuning in to VIS 64, and we are here to start the Split 1 Autumn Season Challenge Battles. This is where the top 3 teams from the Challengers that made their way up through a double elimination 3-week tournament of 64 teams have now finally come to the basically the top of the split, and they are facing off against the bottom 3 teams of the Evil 8. I'm Dragonborn, and joining me tonight is Tasty Bacon, my apologies, and Fuji. How's it going, guys?
I am now hurt and offended.
Maybe he got me confused.
But he got your name right. He said my name first.
True.
So that means the first name he was saying was supposed to be mine, which means he just called me Forecourt on my birthday, no less.
It's easy to confuse such good-looking gentlemen. So I understand.
So sorry, Tasty, and happy birthday. A lot of birthdays going on today, actually. So make sure all the VG community go out there and wish everybody happy birthday, specifically Tasty Bacon. And maybe I had a running bet with Forecourt about doing that. No, I'm kidding. Did not. He would never condone such actions. But everybody, we are getting ready for tonight, and there are going to be some absolutely tense and exciting matchups because we've got probably some of the 3 strongest challenger teams we've seen coming out of NA coming up against some teams that, in all fairness, and I think Tasty, you and Fuji have seen this firsthand, these bottom 3 teams from Evil 8, they're not like weak teams. These teams definitely, especially near the end of Evil 8, have started to show some strengths, Fuji.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, so when we started out the split, I actually was very surprised by Team Phoenix's performance during the first week versus Ardent Aurora. They actually took it quite handedly, and specifically on the back of Luluzu's Scarf play. They ended up kind of in the next couple of weeks, though, falling around where I had predicted, just not really being able to make it out of the first weeks. Nemesis Titan having some roster changes. Not too surprised to see them here. But Cloud9, right? Like they're the ones that we didn't expect to be here this week, and the ones I didn't expect either, as they try to kind of lock down what their rosters were going to be. So that's later in today, though we'll have to see who they end up playing. But yeah, I mean, honestly, it could go either way for a lot of these teams, and I'm excited. I definitely think these bottom 3 Evil 8 teams need to fight for their right to stay, and of course, these other guys trying to prove themselves too.
Yeah, and Tasty Bacon, when we look at all the matchups we have today, it's hard to really gauge where they're gonna fall. But again, it's all going to be these teams fighting for their lives because this is such an important week. This is such an important challenge battle because the winner here could make it technically to World's Championship.
Yeah, it's so much on the line. That second season, the second split of this season, is arguably the most important split we have ever had in the Evil 8, and really in all of competitive Vainglory. It's huge implications could be on the line, and if you don't get into Evil 8 right now, or if you don't stay in Evil 8, well, your chances of getting to those World Championships, if you're not already one of the qualified teams, are pretty much none.
Yeah, 0%. Hard to get points if you can't collect them, right?
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, it's not completely. It's not a literal 0%, but it's like 0.001% because technically the teams that all finish first could get 0 points the rest of the weeks, and there is actually it's one very, very, very specific scenario where the top 3 teams need to not get any points the next 2 weeks, etc. But that has to happen every week. It would be absolutely bizarre. But so it's pretty much if you're not in it going into Split 2, you're not going to Worlds.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we start off the match, we are going to we do have a bit of a schedule swap here. If you've been paying attention closely, we are going to actually be starting off with the Fate Zero versus Nemesis Titan matchup. And as we get everybody in to the queues now, we're very close to starting that up. So that is where we're going to start. So when we take a look here, Fate Zero, we've got a roster with some names that I think in the competitive scene, Fuji, you are very familiar with. We got Joker, who formerly known as Exhale, Illust, Eco, and I think it's Defiled. I'm going to butcher that name as I'm trying to read very small print here, Tasty Bacon. But this roster here going up against Nemesis Titan, and I think for me, Fuji, Nemesis Titan, that's a roster. They actually had some changes, and it feels like they got stronger.
Yeah, I mean, it does. That being said, like, Super Shot coming in definitely has really strong Celeste play. We haven't really seen much else out of him. Dragon Dagger's kind of moved into the roam position a few times. I mean, when you change things up, I think you can take a few games off of some teams that are not doing really well, but I don't think it's a consistent thing. I don't think you can continue to do that. So when you go into a best of 5, you're definitely going to have to, you may get one win out of that, but the other team, the better team, if it's not you, is going to be able to stay consistent with their positions, not swapping everything around so much. So, but we'll have to see. I think Fate Zero is pretty hungry for this spot. They've been sweating pretty hard throughout the Challenger Series so far, ready to seal the deal on their Evil 8 chance. And what we talked about before, that opportunity for Worlds.
Absolutely. And, we are going to be waiting just a bit here, as I just got word that one of the players is working on getting on as soon as possible. So we will be starting probably in a few more minutes as we kind of wait. We want to make sure everybody has a chance to kind of make sure their internet connections are good. This is an online tournament, in fact, so that means all the players are responsible for their internet speed, but we definitely, as the event coordinators, want to make sure that is given the time it needs, so that way there's no issues. Everyone's going to be able to play on an even plane. So, one of the things to mention, though, is about Fate Zero is that they were the winners of the Challenge Series. They won it all. They did a fantastic job making it all the way into the final bracket there, staying in the winner's bracket, not losing once, and of course winning it all. Going up against Noble Pro, actually, in the finals, a team that had to work their way out of the loser bracket. So it definitely very tight matchups here, and I really think this is going to be the key one, because Nemesis Titan was on the bottom, but they did really well that final week of the Evil 8.
It's true. I mean, when it comes to actually finding themselves in a kind of a positive position coming into these challenge battles, you definitely kind of want to go out on a high note, right? You don't want to feel like you're kind of scraping the bottom of the barrel, and then you've got to go into challenger battles. I mean, it's already a lot of pressure knowing that you're going into these games this weekend. But yeah, I mean, they picked up a couple of wins, definitely can feel a lot better about the kind of final roster they went with. Even though they didn't qualify for any points, they did play a bit of an upset to teams that wanted more points, like Team Phoenix. So yeah, we'll have to see what happens.
Well, we're going to take a quick break, and when we return, we'll be getting you guys ready and into the first matchup and first series of today. We'll be right back. All right, everybody, we are back, ready to get into this matchup, and I think everybody is just about ready to go. We have everybody in the queue, so we are going to take a few seconds and get ourselves into the draft as we start this off. And as we do, what are some of the things you expect to see, Fuji, as we start off this draft?
Well, I mean, between these two teams, Fate Zero, it's interesting. We don't have Super Shot right now, so I think maybe a battle for the Celeste pick is not going to be quite that important coming out of the side of Nemesis Titan. It is a preferred pick for Joker, But, this is game one, so anything goes. These guys could pull out some crazy stuff, just try to test the waters. We do see the Samuel ban on A side, not too surprising. Generally just means they don't want to play Samuel, and giving Samuel over on B side draft is pretty bad because you can pair him up with pretty much whatever you want. So definitely like it if you're not planning on playing it.
Yeah, Lyra ban coming in there on the side of Fate Zero. You see a lot of teams pick Lyra first. It's still a very nice, aggressive Roam player.
Yep, Kestrel going to be the first pick here, going on over to the side of... they didn't put their tag on, but it is the side of Nemesis Titan. And for those of you who are wondering, I know there's a lot of controversy right now over Kestrel on the live patch. Just remember, we are not on the live patch. We are on a tournament build, a private tournament build. So the issues that a lot of people are complaining about with Kestrel are not present here. So this is still as fair as we can possibly make it. And so it is going to be that Kestrel Lance Taka on the other side. And, well, there's that Celeste you were talking about.
Yeah, Celeste does go over. Surprisingly, was not prioritized by Joker. This is probably his favorite hero to play. But that being said, they do see the Lance is more of a priority for the team structure, building a comp around him and the Taka together. And then, of course, as we do see the Finn come through, I like Finn pick in the Taka. Definitely kind of messes him up a little bit, makes it kind of hard. It's nice that they accidentally picked a hook into the Scarf final pick as well, so it kind of is their only way to get to him. But in terms of drafts, we definitely have a lot of poke coming out of the side of Nemesis Titan here versus Joker really going to have to carry on this Scarf if Taka is unable to take out one of these targets.
Yeah, definitely going to be Taka is going to be very important to this. Especially Taka Lance, like that jungle duo is going to be very strong early on, very aggressive. So we'll have to keep our eyes on the Kestrel, because assuming Kestrel is going to be in the jungle, but Kestrel is another one of those heroes that's very strong early on. So it's really going to be an important battle between these two junglers.
Yeah, and the question always comes down to the fact that this is now a Roam Lance, right? So if they don't win really hard in the early and the mid game, and the late game comes into effect, the Impale is going to be far less effective than the Quibbles, Polite Company, Forced to Chord mixes, and combos that are potential from the side of Nemesis Titan. I've never personally the super huge fan of the Roam Lance, but we'll have to see if Ego can prove me wrong. He just puts so much pressure on the Roam that's not necessary for late game success. And when you have a Scarf in lane, you're kind of saying right out of the gate, we're aiming for the late game. So I have to see how this Lance Taka pair does go up against the Kestrel Finn side. I kind of imagine Nemesis Titan want to avoid a lot of team fights early anyway.
Yeah, that's most likely going to be the case here. And right now they're going to be going into a pretty hefty skirmish. Joker going to get some good poke outs. Really ends up just kind of being Joker and Eco eating the brunt of the damage there, but Illust going to be going in pretty far back, trying to wait for these camps to spawn. They are going to respawn now, and well, Illust going to steal those away. Let's see if they try and combo something, or you rotate something into the lane. Never mind, it's actually going to be Illust getting chased off of these camps by Chicken, getting the stuns, and now going to be looking for more, but Eco flying in from the side, picks up that Impale, and lands the kill.
Yeah, Celeste does get one of the backs, so not the worst thing in the world. However, the rotation wasn't all that great. They didn't send enough people over to the side of Fate's Zero, I think, early enough to try to counter it jungle. So that means that the spawn and push timers are going to be a little bit off. It's not a huge deal, though. We're not going to have any fountain spikes coming out of these teams. We see the Iron Guard contract coming out of Finn first item, which is a bit unique, not something we see too often. And, of course, the double weapon blades coming out on the side of Lance. So late fountains for both sides compared to what we might normally see. But it is interesting to kind of say, hey, we're going to continue to do these invades. Celeste, right now, cannot be left in the jungle to defend this as we see them going in for another one.
Yeah, they're looking for more. This time it's a 2-on-2, but Joker is rotating on over. Impale's going to hit one, but Chicken getting knocked back is still going to fall thanks to that Chitin. And now Illis turning his attention onto Max Green. Lots of damage onto this Kestrel. Not going to be enough for the kill. Eco, you need to be careful over there, but he gets just out of range of that Quibble and will survive 2 kills going over to the side of Fates Zero. And they're off to a solid start here against Nemesis.
Yeah, Lance, wow, just barely scraping by there with just a little bit of help during each encounter. Quibble almost catching him on the edge, but what an important pickup for the side of Fates Zero to be able to go in, steal the jungle away, win the team fight as well. This is exactly what their win condition is. And Celeste trying to get back into the lane. Oh man, the goop!
The goop did not get set ablaze, so Chicken will be able to escape from this, as actually Joker has to be the one retreating away along with Eco, but already very early vision control looking to be picked up by Eco as well. You can see lots of scout traps being put down aggressively in the opponent's jungle.
Yeah, and the question now is going to be how well is Taka timing these backs, and how can Fates Zero keep anyone from rotating to their own? That's pretty much the name of the game, as we do see Taka going in, picking up what I would say is an easy kill on Celeste. I'm not sure if I agree with the Kestrel lane Celeste jungle when you're going up against the Taka matchup. Yeah, I mean, the idea is like, hey, Taka can be revealed by Celeste auto attacks, but that being said, if she's not with her roam, it doesn't really matter. Something to note, Max Green and Dragon Dagger did pick up both of those backs, so the heal camp is the only thing Illis is going to leave with, aside from another kill on Celeste.
Eco is going to go ahead and grab that forward Treant, though, to keep that away from the side of Nemesis. And I agree with you. I think the Kestrel would be much better to have in the jungle, not only for the reasons you stated, but also I feel like Kestrel just does better against Taka in general. When Taka jumps in, you can go ahead and throw down that active camo, and then if he tries to get back onto you, you have that free stun to hit on him. So it's a little bit surprising to me that they are continuing to try and put Chicken down into the jungle.
Yeah, I mean, there's no rule that says you can't swap, right? Like, if you're having some troubles and it's like, oh man, this isn't working out, you just, put the Kestrel. Ooh, the Impale does land, and the Githian Wall to finish the kill. So, playing a little bit loose there, I think. But Taka going on the invade, using this opportunity. It is 3v2 on the map, meaning that they're going to have all the forward pressure they want here. It does not matter even if Celeste comes down, that they're going to try to be able to get this. Celeste did get one, so I would say Nemesis Titan's doing a decent job at least collecting some scraps up from what is a little bit of a dismal start for their side. Keeping most of the farm even, though. The main reason why this is because the thing that they're not doing too well is collecting their own jungle. And if Celeste actually gets these backs right now, this is really big for the side of Nemesis Titan.
Yeah, definitely, and it is going to go, just let's see, 120 gold each, because they've been alive for so long. They fully stacked up, and now it's going to be Joker trying to find Chicken, but Chicken gets the Treant as well. Like you said, it actually ends up being very well for Nemesis, because those fully stacked gold backs got taken and stolen over. Now Chicken, this is a bit risky, but will just kind of take her time and is going to be able to get out of here without too much trouble.
Yeah, so like the aggression's good on the side of Fates Zero, but not if you're not collecting your own jungle or protecting it. We talked about this right in the very beginning. The win condition is if Taka can actually get into the enemy. Oh, he goes in for Max, though, doesn't get the kill on him, though. Looks like they're going to continue this fight.
Max Green very low, Dragon Dagger also very low, so they do have to back away from there, knowing that Taka is still a very real threat. But yeah, I mean, the fact that I'm really surprised that they didn't go and take their own backs during all this time, because like you said, you can steal the forwards, your opponent's camps all you want. If the Celeste is able to go in and take your backs that have been stacking up, you can see 84 gold going over to Taka for each of those, and he didn't even get all of them throughout that time. And then Celeste just goes and takes 120 each, and that's worth almost 2 steals, like 2 full rotation steals that Taka takes just for getting that one rotation that Celeste picked up.
Yeah, I mean, early game hero kills are worth between like 40, 55 gold or so, right? So that's like almost the equivalent of killing someone 3 times, like per back. Like, these are things that you definitely have to think about. And because they let those go, the gold is even. So all of this early game pressure is actually being staved off by the side of Nemesis Titan. Yes, it looks fancy and it looks good. And you kind of think, oh man, like Fate Zero has the edge right now, the pressure is where they want it. But that's simple one miscalculation of letting them rotate over and then not successfully stealing everything when they invade. Nemesis Titan has gotten at least some of the back camps every time that Fate Zero has gone in. That makes the game completely even. And this is where Nemesis Titan wants to live. With the Celeste, with the Kestrel, the longer the game goes on, the more pressure is on this Scarf to carry the late game. And Taka's not going to have the same impact he wants to have.
Yeah, not at all. It is going to be that tension crown Taka, though. So, the objective taking is going to be very, very quick. You have the tension crown and a scarf means once we get past the 15-minute mark where Kraken becomes available, like Kraken's just going to melt at the hands of Fate Zero.
Yeah, this is very true. As both teams posture a little bit against each other in the lane, no one really wanting to commit quite yet. We do have Finn sitting on the Force the Cord cooldown, so he could make something happen here if he does see the Scarf. Scarf does have a reflex, though. I like the early reflex prioritization. I think it's something that a lot of laners need to make sure they always do when you're up against a Lance, because having a tier 3 item and no reflex is basically useless if you're dead. So.
Yeah, well, speaking of being dead, Max Green is going to be falling here. Joker finding that kill. Solar Storm comes out and actually does a lot of damage. So does the Force the Cord. Joker is so low, but the Fountain will be used as Eco saves his laner's life there. But very close to being a solid return kill. But this gives Illis that opportunity because Chicken had to move up towards the lane. Illis is able to steal away these camps.
Yeah, like it was interesting that Max Green continues to kind of overextend knowing that Lance is there. I mean, like even with Dragon Dagger being by, I'm pretty sure Dragon Dagger was close enough to use Fountain. Fountain range is actually very large, so even if he were to have gotten impaled, it might have been just enough. Taka does Taka things, just getting that tension bow proc. But like you said, like even though that Scarf did miss his reflex, didn't matter. Had the Lance there with the Fountain on hand to protect him. The reflex block did absorb a decent amount of the damage coming out of Quibble as well. So all in all, Fate Zero comes out ahead, finally seeing somewhat of a significant gold lead with 1,000 here at 10 minutes into the game. So things are going a little bit more. That pressure that we saw still paying off, but if you get kills, you definitely got to make moves somewhere. This gold mine that's sitting down in the middle, I definitely would like Fate Zero to put more priority on this. They have the pressure. They're constantly shoving Nemesis Titan to their turret. Set up some vision, force a team fight if you know the Force the Cord is down, which it is now back up. We'll see if they can do it on the next one.
Yeah, they are going to have to try and find those opportunities. And like you said, until this Taka really starts falling off, the chances could be few and far between, just because Illust has been such a huge threat. Max Green going to get jumped on. The Fountain does come out. Solar Storm does not hit anybody, though. That was a very poorly aimed Solar Storm. The one-shot, one-kill does hit onto Joker, and well, it looks like we're actually going to get a full disengage without a single kill going over to either side.
Yeah, the Fountain coming out of Dragon Dagger just then saved Kestrel's life pretty handily. Taka did get into the backline, managed to avoid the camouflage. Scarf getting pummeled here by the Quibble, though.
Yeah, Scarf taking so much damage. The turret is actually going to go down as well. That they do find a kill in return. So a kill for a turret, definitely a trade in favor of Nemesis. We'll see if Fate Zero can do anything to kind of try and reciprocate that. You can see actually a infusion coming out from Max Green. That's a very early infusion. Kind of let you know that Nemesis, they may want to be looking for a couple of fights here within the next minute or two.
Yeah, I find it actually curious that the infusion was picked up after they received the first turret payout. At this point, you're already ahead, so you can invest that gold into something that's perhaps not temporary. A lot of times we'll see teams grab an infusion when they're ready to make a move on the gold mine or on a turret. So a little strange on the timing there for the purchase. I don't really think it's worth it, considering they're not going to fight over too much at this point. If they make the call to go after gold mine, perhaps we might see that infusion do some payoff. But right now, as they're just posturing to farm, I'm not quite sure what the point of that was.
Yeah, I guess just to posture and try and send a message, but Chicken is going to be taken very low here. A nice core collapse, and Quibble will get some stuns, but it is going to be one more kill going over to Fate Zero. Dragon Dagger is getting hit up by that Dragon's Breath, but now Dragon Dagger stuck on the goop, and so is a Max Green, and that is an ace going to go over to Fate Zero. They should finally be able to get their first turret off of this. Kind of amazing that they're up 10 kills to 0, 12 and a half minutes in, and they finally get the first turret.
Yeah, I mean, I'm extremely. I loved what this Lance is doing. Like, the Roam Lance for coming out of Eco right now is actually performing incredibly well. Not only is this individual hitting impales pretty consistently this game, but also that rollover and the Githian wall to push Kestrel back into the Scarf goop that was on fire made sure that everything was secure. She couldn't find her way out and around the turret. So they get the gold mine, they get the turret. This is a huge momentum swing for the side of Fate Zero. Finally, things are coming together, but this Lance is going to have to continue to perform because, once again, Nemesis Titan only gets stronger as the game goes on, and the windows of opportunity to execute are much smaller for the side of Zero. If Lance misses his abilities, Scarf is going to be left out to dry for Kestrel to be able to hop on top of him, stack up breaking point, do a severe amount of damage. So can they keep it up? We'll have to see. They are putting a lot of vision around the map. Still a lot of vision still to be cleared, though, as Taka does that. Maybe on purpose, maybe on accident. Not sure. But the benefit of box and some tier 2 boots, right?
Yeah, tier 2 boots definitely going to be helping with that movement speed. Taka already has incredible movement speed, so you can afford to wait a little bit to get those tier 2 boots going, and so they're going to be in pretty good position here, Fate Zero. Again, 10 kills to your name. You know, we know that the gold isn't actually that far apart, but when you're playing and you're looking at the scoreboard and you're seeing they have 10 kills and we have none, you don't feel like you're only 2,000 gold behind. So for the side of Nemesis, like, if they can look at the farm numbers, you know, maybe they'll recognize the fact that they are still very much in this game, but mentally, just from that natural, like, human mental aspect of looking at the kills, like, you could feel like you're very far out of it, so they need to avoid that. But they are going to be going in. Chicken, again, eating so much damage, is staying alive, though. Dragon's Breath is going to do some good burning onto them, but not enough. There goes the Impale, though, finding one. Dragon Dagger is still alive, but they're going to just not even care about this turret. Joker tanking up the brunt of it, but they get the ace, and this is looking so good for Fate Zero.
Yeah, so in this team fight, we actually see the Impale miss early, which gave me a little bit of a concern from the side of Fate Zero because Scarf and them did get really low. Taco did go in, get some burst damage out onto the Celeste, but the Quibble, the Polite Company, the Fountain obviously keeping them up. But that return fight, when Scarf used his ultimate, Lance went back in, no fear, dropped the Impale down. That's exactly what they needed to re-engage. And we also saw the fact that the Quibble was blocked by Reflex and Crucible mixed there. So it didn't stun anybody up. And that was the most key component there, because if the Quibble did triple stun the entire side of Fate Zero, Nemesis Titan could have turned that. And those bounties plus a Kraken push would have made this game a lot more risky for Fate Zero to close out. But didn't happen that way. They executed the team fight the way they wanted to. And with this Kraken push and Scarf, we might see a couple of turrets go down.
Yeah, not to mention, again, you can't understate the value of that Storm Crown in these pushing situations, especially on Taco, who can get himself behind the fight, you know, jump over the turret and get to these angles on the turret that the team isn't prepared to defend from. And already the first turret's down. Here comes the Dragon's Breath. It's not going to really be doing much, except it does actually get some good damage on the Dragon Dagger. Max Green is taken down. Chicken has answered with one. Will he be able to get more? That is another kill onto the Finn and Eco. Well, that's being very, very risky going that far forward. Somehow staying alive, though. And Kraken will be below half health, but is on to this last turret. Illust and Eco, they look like they want to try and finish this one. Illust, though, eating a lot of damage. Now it's going to be going over onto Eco. They need to just get out of here, but Kraken is going to take down that turret, and we have an exposed Vein Crystal.
Yeah, what a crazy sequence of events there. Very risky for Fate Zero to stay and do damage to Celeste. If they would have just went on the turrets straight away, they might have actually gotten even a little bit more of an opportunity on the Vein Crystal. We do talk about Storm Crown coming out of the Taka, but Kraken needs a few more turret shots because they were more interested in trying to get a kill right away. Once they noticed they didn't do that, they did back off. Definitely very smart, not trying to overstay too long. The fact that everybody got out Pretty positive for the side of Fate Zero there, I'd say. Scarf did get blown up a little fast, was not able to absorb most of that fountain heal. But I assume with this massive gold lead and all turrets down, we're going to see Fate Zero continue to keep the pressure on. They want to close this first game out for sure.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's no way you want to give your opponents any sort of chance in these challenge battles. It's so important to these teams and to their potential futures here with Vainglory. There's always a lot of turmoil in the off seasons, between seasons, and even between splits, where a lot of roster shakeups happen for teams that, even teams that are in the Evil Eights. We still see lots of shakeups, but that's going to be a nice first accord. Joker is taking down low, but Illust is on the back lines. Solar Storm is not going to hit anyone, but Chicken will get onto the fountain. Back out into the lane. It is the Dragon's Breath being used. Eco and Joker will take down Max Green. Illust is still toying with Chicken. Will find the kill on the steps, and that is going to solidify this game. They don't even need to worry about Dragon Dagger. They're going to anyway, but they can just turn and take down the Vein Crystal, which is exactly what Eco is just kind of working on his own. But now the team finally does decide to turn their attentions to this and finish this one off. Game 1 extremely cleanly. Other than, there's a couple of things that we kind of question, but it still ends up looking very, very strong for Fate Zero.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, don't expect teams to quite play perfect, but I have to say, even in the last team fight, the execution Fate Zero had was quite phenomenal. They did exactly what you kind of you want to send the Taka in after the Celeste and force the enemy team to make a decision to either protect the carry or try to go after the Scar. And it's kind of hard sometimes to make that choice because you don't necessarily always want to go all in and be wrong, but the hesitation costs them big. Kestrel goes in by herself, basically getting close to killing Scarf, but I mean, with Lance there, you still have active items available for Scarf. You're just not going to be able to pick up that kill. And of course, Taka being quite Taka-esque and just absorbing a lot of attention from the side of Finn trying to protect the Celeste. Pretty decisive first game. I mean, I definitely think my MVP just for game 1 was Eco on this Lance. It's pretty rare that I see Roam Lance actually execute the entire game, and he managed to do so all the way to the very end. Maybe the best Roam Lance performance I've actually seen in quite some time.
Yeah, I mean, Eco has been having some phenomenal performances. It also, it kind of helps when your jungler is just sort of being an absolute menace the entire game to your opponents. It makes everyone kind of look a little. It kind of boosts up everyone's performance, I feel, in a way, if that happens. I mean, because in the lane, Joker was actually being out CS'd in the lane pretty heavily for a good portion of the game. Did end up coming back and actually having more than his lane opponent at the end, but I think a lot of this game was set up by Illust's play on this Taka. And again, we have to kind of go back to that decision from Nemesis to put the Celeste in the jungle against it. I do think that was definitely a bit of a mistake. But hopefully with this next draft, they'll be able to have something in mind to deal with this.
Yep, and that is something that we will be getting to very shortly, as game number 2 will start momentarily. Very one-sided matchup, although, as Fuji, you mentioned, the early game, it was kills one-sided, but, really kind of, Nemesis kind of finding ways to keep that gold even for a good chunk, but it was too much to handle, when you can't win those fights. It's tough.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. It's nice to see Nemesis Titan still fighting. I mean, it's very... Taka can be a hero that tilts you a bit mentally, because if you think Taka's getting ahead and stealing your jungle away, and he's doing it with ease, it's going to be very hard for you to make the right decision on, do I look to just pick up some early travel boots and try to counter invade? Is Taka actually just sitting in my jungle waiting for me? If you don't see Lance on the map, and Impale plus Taka basically means game over for your ability to actually farm in your own jungle. But the fact that Celeste was able to go down and actually steal farm almost every time and then make that one successful rotation that gave her the backs, it actually gave Nemesis Titan a gold lead when they did that rotation, even though they were 5 kills in deficit. in the early game. But the team fighting and decision quality coming out of Fate Zero just ended up being better anyway. So Fate Zero can clean up some of their early game if they continue going with an aggressive style, but they also make the shot call to protect their own jungle. If you're not going to take it, you cannot let the enemy counter invade you. If they can clean that up, the game would be even far more one-sided than it was, and that's kind of scary to imagine. So,
yeah, it's definitely a situation that this is the number one challenger team from North America. So if there is going to be one team that had I would put as a favorite, it was actually going to be this one. So I think the way that they played throughout the Challenger Series was very similar to this. And, well, it kind of showed here in game number 1.
Yes, it did. Phenomenal job. We're going to be coming back. This is a best of 5, everybody. So this is still not far from over as we get into game number 2 in just a few moments. We're going to take a quick break, and when we return, draft for game number 2 will be commencing. We'll be right back.
$14.99.
Don't miss the call. Download Band. Communication made easy.
All right, everybody, we are back. We're going to get you guys into game number 2 as soon as the draft gets started, and looks like everybody's in. So, Fuji and I were talking about right as we were coming back from the break. Definitely, I think the choice of having Celeste in the lane versus Kestrel. Kestrel in the lane versus Celeste in the jungle was interesting decision. I think the draft's going to look completely different as we get into game 2, Fuji, because being on the B side, I don't think you'd ever end up with that kind of pick. So I think they're trying to counter the Taka.
Yeah, you get to see the draft for the most part, right? You see the Lance come through, you see the Taka come through, so you get all the information you need to know when it comes to what kind of jungle you're going up against. Scarf was the last pick, so they have a lot of time to think about how they want to counter and kind of produce the results they want. And they went with probably the worst solution. Like, Celeste jungle can actually be pretty good in certain circumstances, but Celeste jungle versus Taka and Lance, and then Celeste being left alone so much in jungle too, is very confusing coming out of the side of Nemesis. Somebody there needed to make the decision, to make the call, like, here's what we're going to do. If they invade, we're going to counter invade. We're going to do this rotation. You could tell they were just kind of unsure, which is a bit surprising. This is an Evil 8 team, even with perhaps a few new members on the roster. You can't go into these challenger battles and from the draft already not understand how you want to execute your comp.
Yeah, it can be, obviously I think they thought, they were probably going to put the Celeste in the lane, but maybe with the Taka, they thought having that stun and that vision with those heliogenesises early on was a good idea. It definitely, being able to put vision in a bush where you got Taka, being able to stun a Taka early game seems on paper like a really good counter. But it definitely didn't work out the way they anticipated. And with that, I think we're ready to actually get into the draft forecourt. Tasty Bacon and Fuji.
Really? Really?
Good time. I do apologize, but we are going to get into this draft. And so, Tasty Bacon, why don't you start us off?
All right, well, it is going to be the Finn banned away this time by Fate Zero. So not wanting to have to play against that, even though they did rather well against it. The Samuel going to be taken off the board. That leaves open the Lance. So Lance going to be going over to Eco, most likely once more. Celeste, again, being prioritized here by the side of Nemesis Titan.
Yeah, I mean, if you're confident in your ability to execute on this hero in Rome, it becomes even stronger with the potential of a flex pick too. I'm not really quite sure if Illust would ever prioritize playing Lance out of the jungle. He seems more like the kind of person that likes to play a little bit more strong carry, distraction-oriented hero. But, it leaves the other team question, right? So as the Catherine and Celeste do come through, though, it is one way to try to lock some people down on the side of Fate's Zero. Fate Zero say if it isn't broken, don't fix it, though, as they do pick up the same draft they had before. The only thing that changed in this entire matchup is Catherine instead of Finn.
Yeah, it's going to be extremely similar. And honestly, with the Catherine, I feel like that's, just kind of a worse way of playing this than having the Finn. However, it is going to be super shot on the Celeste this time with Chicken on the Kestrel. So we could very well have it be the Kestrel in the jungle, which is something that we both wanted to see in game number 1. And so now with this change, we'll see if that's enough to, allow Nemesis to pick up the victory.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think that would be the smarter move to try the Kestrel in the jungle. It makes sense. Like, even with the Catherine, if you can lock someone down, we actually do seem to have Taka not moving off the platform right now, though. I'm not sure if that's intentional or not, but we would like to see Kestrel come out of the jungle because she can basically apply herself in ways that you don't quite see Celeste being able to in the first early rotations. It's a little bit safer to get farmed too. Glimmer Shot has a pretty long bursty range to it, a little faster movements than trying to get some auto weaving in with the Celeste and Heliogenesis too. But we'll see once we figure out what's going on with this pause here, what the teams got going.
Hey,
yeah, we'll let Dragonborn maybe step in, give us some insight as to the pause, and hopefully it's something that will be resolved shortly and we can get back underway.
Yeah, so no info yet from the teams, as we're going to work that out real quick, but unfortunately, and Taka appears to not come into this. So we got to get that sorted out, as we want to make sure that each team has much advantage, basically the ability to play on an even. We're going to get back to you guys in just a second. So as we sort this out, we're going to take a quick pause, but don't go anywhere. We will be right.
All right, we are back into this one, and looks like Taka has joined us, so Illust will be getting down to the jungle very late, unfortunately, for the side of Fate Zero, as Eco is actually going to hold that treant the entire time until Taka gets there, but it shouldn't actually affect them too much. Obviously, this does mean that the Nemesis are going to get to the shop first. They're going to be able to clear away these forward camps, and you get a little bit of vision control down, but in the grand scheme of things, it's not going to cause really any impact at all, because now Nemesis, well, Eco's going to recall at least, but Illust is going to possibly look for a play here in the lane. But he needs to be careful because there is also Max Green here, but so much damage coming out early, and they find themselves a kill. Oh, super shot. Definitely not the start he was hoping for.
The Kaiten actually allowed him to dodge the core collapse, which was the difference between him dying and living. So perhaps coming out of a late start off the platform, the best case scenario you could think is to get an early pick in the lane. So a couple of different things to even think about here. So, well, Scarf gets a little far forward here on his own. Not much to talk about there, but bye-bye Dragon. Definitely want to be a little bit careful getting that far forward if your team is not there to help support you. But what we were going to talk about is a little bit of difference in the rotation timings, right? So these teams, when they practice and play like normal, people come off the platform, you kind of have an expectation of where someone might be. But with the little bit of a late start, Supershot probably should have played a little bit further back, a little safer on the side of the lane, just simply because he didn't quite know where the Taco was going to be. And you have to imagine that Fate Zero had to change up their early game. If they were planning on contesting at shop and fighting for those front doubles on the side of Nemesis Titan, they had to give that up completely. And I like what they did. They said, you know what, we had a little bit of a rough start here, so we're just going to do something completely different, go straight to lane, see if we can get a pick on Celeste, and it worked.
Yeah, it allows Joker to get a little bit of freer farm time, not really having to worry about anything for a couple seconds. It is still slightly behind in CS, so Supershot, even with that death, isn't really gonna be suffering at all, especially with getting a kill traded back onto Joker. And so, I mean, again, the early game, the movements that the teams have made thus far haven't had too much of an impact, but Chicken Kaka is going to be getting caught and taken down. Supershot now going to be the next target, is going to be finding his own death as well. Now can they turn it onto Max Green? Illis didn't follow his teammates, otherwise that may have been all three of the kills going over, but Illis is going to just be grabbing away some of this jungle and making her way into deep. This could be trouble for Chicken.
Yeah, it does look like trouble, as he does get the regen, though. So this means he actually wins this 2v2 matchup as long as they don't re-engage right away. That's the difference. If Taka gets the regen, then we see Fate Zero actually win the back. They're able to continue contesting, going for those bottom doubles. So those little tiny things in the jungle matter so much in the early game. So definitely props to Chicken for picking up that regen. Something to note, though, that kind of gave Fate Zero a little bit of that advantage from before was, but we do see the stun go out.
Yeah, stun going to go out, and the kill going to go on over to Supershot as well, finding themselves another kill onto Joker. And, I mean, Joker obviously going to have to prioritize getting a reflex block very, very early to deal with this. Does already have now the initial health item, so I'd assume that's going to be an early reflex block picked up there. Illist getting spotted there by a couple scout traps means his plan of perhaps trying to catch someone is not going to be working out. But again, even if you just pop the scout trap, that's still at least you took care of it. He does steal the forward treant. It is going to be spotted here just fine. A nice stun on the scout trap by Max Green is going to cause a lot of damage to go over. Illist could be going down here as Chicken is chasing after him. As that Kaku is going to be available in 2-1. Ooh, he's very, very close to falling. But predicted. Nice. Chicken, nice job with predicting where Illis was going to move with that Kaku.
Yeah, so I was going to make a comment. When they're investing this much money into scout traps, if Taka can manage to steal farm and survive through the scout trap field, we see them actually come out even further ahead than normal, right? So Supershot going for the kill. Not sure it's worth it.
Well, it's not worth it when you get just a 1-for-1, especially if you take down your opponent's roamer and you're the one that goes down as a carry. So not terribly worth, but now if they break this rotation down and steal away some jungle, then now it kind of becomes a little bit worth because they know that Lance isn't going to be an issue. So a couple of free camps picked up. However, the Fountain of Renewals are also grabbed here, one for each team. So let's see. When a full-on team fight breaks out, that's where we're really going to have to be seeing, an advantage start to form. But for now, 4-4 on the kills, about a 500 gold lead over to Nemesis. And, this is really anyone's game.
Yeah, I mean, we still see the scout trap spam coming out of Catherine too. So the fact that both teams arrive at Fountain at the same time is pretty impressive. Nemesis Titan at 1,000 gold lead here at 6.5 minutes into the game. And with a lot of questionable calls really coming out of both teams. I mean, we see Celeste expending, I think, way too many resources in lane just trying to clear the wave. So a couple of times now that she's tried to drop or make something happen, she's actually got picked off because she just doesn't have any energy. And it's just really tough for her to make things work. Celeste is sitting a little bit still right now in the lane, taking a goop bath, it looks like. So hope she feels a little cleaner after that. But we do see the teams kind of hanging out, trying to figure out what's going on between them here. Unfortunately, still looks like Super Shot's not moving, of course. These teams definitely trying to keep their own connections up and running throughout this Challenger series.
Yeah, and it is, part of the rules do clearly state it is the responsibility of each player to ensure their own connection. We are on the tournament server, so it's not like the servers are being bogged down. No one else is having the issue, so it's very clearly just the individual. But we do have the option to pause, so we will attempt to do that whenever we notice a player clearly having issues, because we do want the games to be as fair as possible. Nobody wants to have a Evil 8 challenge battle be decided by a disconnect. So Dragonborn again will come in, I assume, shortly and fill us in on the situation and give us updates for when we know we're going to be getting back underway. All right, well, that's
just like
that's the updates we like to hear, is that everyone is already back and is ready to go, and we jump right back into the game. So just quick little pause, and connection issue is now resolved, and hopefully it will remain that way for the duration of the series. But Super Shot going to be taking some solid damage from those Spitfires. Now going to go, not quite getting impaled on the goop. Meanwhile, down in the jungle, Illust actually finding a kill onto Chicken. So that's going to be a camp stolen away as well for him. So good moves in the jungle by Taka. The rest of the team, well, they know that Taka's going to be on his way up, but it doesn't seem to matter. Super Shot is down. It does get traded out, but Max Green now the only surviving member, but will be able to get back far enough under the turret to where Fate Zero does not want to go diving.
Yeah, we actually saw a little bit of an outplay coming from Illust in the jungle there to get that kill on Kestrel, or perhaps Chicken just not performing at the utmost his abilities. He actually had a few opportunities to weave an auto in to get camouflage back up, but he didn't use them. For those of you that don't know this, when you're actually auto-attacking with Kestrel, specifically in this patch, which we no longer have access to on live, but it resets your camouflage when you're able to do quick autos. So even if you're getting auto-attacked, if you attack a hero as you're kiting away, you get a very, very, very quick opportunity to spam your active camouflage and still go invisible, even if you're getting hit by something. He didn't take that advantage, though. He was just trying to auto-attack, trying to deal damage out his Super Shot. Looks to go down here.
Yeah, looking to try and get a return kill, though, but Illust is able to get out of harm's way. Goop goes down. Spitfires, the one-shot, one-kill does get blocked by Eco, but Eco is actually going to survive because the ace came through and provided enough healing. Beautiful team play from Fate Zero. Again, second game in a row where we've seen this. Once the team fights start happening, they just look so fluid and so smooth. When they're going after their opposition, they get the ace, they get a turret, now they're going to go after this gold mine as well, and that is a huge gold swing in favor of Fate Zero.
Yeah, you have to think that they have knowledge of Taka in the jungle, mainly just because they are spamming scouts, so I'm curious at why they're particularly not dropping down to try to help their Kestrel out. I think Max Green definitely should be looking to drop down. Scarf and Lance are not going to kill you as Celeste underneath your own turret. It's very unlikely that's going to happen. So if Celeste focuses on actually clearing out the lane wave and making sure that she controls that area of the map, then Catherine should easily drop down and try to help defend jungle. You can't just assume that your jungle is going to be okay when you're going up against a Taka that has Storm Crown or Storm Guard banner.
Yeah, you really can't. I mean, they're going to be finding another fight here. Super Shot is getting dove on. He's going to be surviving for now. But here comes the Dragon's Breath Chicken getting stunned into the wall and burned to a crisp. That is another kill now going over to Fate Zero. As Max Green is going to be just taking a little bit of poke and harass. Illust trying to find a way perhaps to jump back in with the team. They are going to be going super aggressive underneath this turret. Actually just looking for the turret damage, but they have to back out.
They do have to retreat, and we're seeing it. Definitely a bit of a messy game coming from both sides of this time around. Like, we see Kestrel just moving way too far forward, sitting next to Lance in melee range, getting Githian walled into the wall and stunned up. So this is something that's like very difficult for them to be able to actually execute on if this continues to happen. That being said, like, hopefully they continue to position themselves a little better. Like, they don't really have hard engage, right? They're a poke comp, so there's no reason for Celeste or Kestrel to be that close to Lance. If anything, Taka's going to want to find an en route. You wait for Taka to come in, use your abilities to lock him down, keep kiting backwards. Scarf has to poke from long distance. You just continue using your distance as well, and wait for the right opportunity to change some of your abilities together. You have 3 potential stuns coming out, but we just don't see synergy coming from the side of Nemesis Titan. They're not lining these stuns up like they were a couple of times in the early game that actually gave them a slight lead, even if it was for a brief moment.
Yeah, I mean, that all just kind of comes down to that team fight synergy, and it's something that we're seeing out of Fade Zero, but not seeing out of Nemesis Titan. And I mean, something like that could be what gets Fade Zero into the Evil 8. It's kind of looking better and better for them by the minute, now having this 3,000 gold lead or so. You know, they've never really run away with the gold advantage because their objective play has been, you know, kind of on par with the side of Nemesis. Nemesis has been doing a great job of farming and still taking jungle camps, even though they're being invaded constantly. You know, that these two teams are fairly even on, but when it comes down to the team fights, it just really feels like Fate Zero has a clear-cut advantage over their opponents.
Yeah, I mean, Nemesis really just needs to try to make a decision on what they want to accomplish. Like, when you're going up against Scarf, you definitely have a little bit of a disadvantage when it comes to the poke war, but you need to figure out exactly what the target's going to be in these team fights. Taka's basically becoming an extreme successful distraction. We're going to see him be one again, it looks like.
Yeah, well, they're going to be jumping right on in. A quick kill going over. Eco is going to get low, but the Fountain of Renewal will keep him running. They're diving under the turret. Again, they're just getting to a point where they don't even care about these turrets. They find another kill onto the Catherine. Eco, one more turret shot will do it, but he gets out of range. Now it's just Super Shot. Another minion wave is coming in, though, and Super Shot took a couple steps too far forward. Illust is absolutely not going to let him get away with that one, and another ace, another turret going over. This is just continuing to look better and better for Fate Zero. Now they're going to have to back away from this one as Chicken has respawned. They do have another wave of Ace Wolf minions coming in, but they're just going to let Chicken deal with that one because they'd rather just go and clear out this jungle. Again, denying gold from their opponents.
Yeah, like, why are you trying to flank the Scarf and the Lance is Kestrel in this team fight? If you don't know where Taka is, and Scarf and Lance are using war treads to speed up to you, one would have to assume Taka is going to be coming from somewhere. Like, he may not be in vision, but he's definitely going to be coming from either north or south angle, and we see Celeste and Kestrel split up. Like, this team needs to stick together more. Their win condition is kiting back, using stuns to chain together targets that are potentially moving forward. Stack your Broken Myth up on Celeste. Get your Breaking Point stacks on Lance if he's going far forward, and as soon as Taka goes in, stun him out and back up together. This is what they're doing now. They need to continue doing this.
Yeah, they're doing a good job there, but again, they are not able to find the kills before Fate Zero pick one up, and with their one kill, quickly follows the second. Now Max Green, the only one left. Once that Storm Guard is down, well, it's fairly easy pickings for the rest of Fate Zero. Another ace coming through. Illista can go into the base there, but it's just to break turret aggro so that they can now retreat. A big minion wave coming in means they are going to grab this third turret. Kraken is available as well, So expect Joker and to go and join the rest of the team on that objective now that they have that third and final lane turret destroyed. And once you get later into a game, it becomes very difficult to win against the Scarf.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at a 7,000 gold lead at 15 minutes on this, or 15 and a half minutes on the side of Fate Zero, and that's with a Scarf, right? We're not even at the fated 20-minute mark where Scarf generally just takes over the game and has like a 90% plus win rate. Like, these guys are actually winning the early, mid to late games with a late game scaling hero like Scarf, and it's just because Nemesis Titan are not fighting correctly. They just now have War Treads picked up, which means they're going to be able to actually kite away from Scarf ult in this next team fight. That's going to be pretty important. They didn't have that before, so we'll see if they can maybe one time this game actually fight in a more kiting path, get some stuns, chain it up, see if we can lock someone down, and then turn back on top of the team. Might be too far too late, though, as this Kraken's bearing down into the base.
Yeah, if there's any spot to make a last stand fight, it is at these double crystal turrets. We'll see. It looks like Fate Zero, though, they're not terribly interested in the fight. They're going to be getting one, though. Joker is burning down quickly, but those activatables come out. First turret is down. Dragon's Breath finds one. They will finally answer, but at this point, I mean, Kraken is at about half health. The second turret is destroyed, and Illust and Eco, they're just going to finish the game alongside the Kraken. There really isn't much that Nemesis can do about this one. Another victory in the books for Fate Zero, 2-0 in this best-of-5 series. They are one win away from the Evil 8.
Poor Scarf goes down to the turret explosion there at the final last part of his dragon and breath.
Somehow I feel like
I think he's not too sad about it. I think taking the victory for him feels pretty good, man. But yeah, I mean, like, we're seeing some uncharacteristic things coming out of Nemesis, and maybe this is just them feeling coming into this that like they're on the back foot already, or perhaps they're the underdogs. Like, we're seeing Supershot, who's generally known for playing a pretty strong Celeste, using Core Collapse after Ixretsu. That's actually a pretty bad way to utilize the ability. It's you definitely want to try to stun Taka because your instant reaction is like, oh no, Taka's on me, I need to stop him. But most Takas will combine after Ixretsu, Kaiten, to get all of the damage out. So they'll Ixretsu, they'll auto attack, and then they'll Kaiten. If you don't wait for the Kaiten to come out, then he's almost 99% of the time going to dodge your stun, and that's the only tool you have when you're being singled out. It's like your one Hail Mary opportunity to try to time out his A ability and actually stun him on the other side of it, because if you don't do that, then he's definitely going to kill you. But on top of that, it's just Taka getting a lot of free time with Celeste, Catherine unable to successfully peel, having to use her stun on Taka instead of on Scarf to stop Dragon's Breath in these team fights. And then by the time they actually started kiting together backwards, we were 8,000 gold in the deficit and Kraken was coming into the base. It's too late at that point to really change up your plan. And you know, a lot of praise goes to this kind of duo of Taka Lance. It seems to be able to just apply that early pressure, kind of set the pace, allow Scarf, even when farming from a deficit in lane, like he's not exactly keeping up with farm, overextending a little bit, but it's not mattering. Like, Scarf is still able to get off the goops, he's still able to get the fireballs off because he doesn't have to really worry about anyone from the enemy team right now. They just can't get through this front line of Fate Zero.
Yeah, and I think going into game number 3, you know, we've seen the Samuel getting banned away a lot, but with Nemesis going onto the blue side once again, I think maybe the Lance or the Taka needs to be their ban priority coming up, because they clearly have not been able to deal with this duo.
They haven't. I mean, I have to really question basically going the same draft in game 2. Like, when you have a hero that's giving you a really hard time, right now it's so attractive to just continue banning what you think is like the meta ban, or like, we can't let them have this hero because we're maybe afraid of what their performance might be. But if you know that Scarf is a priority for Joker and your concern is giving him, you know, Samuel, is Samuel really is Scarf or Samuel or is Joker right now really the individual setting the early pace of this game? No, he's not. It's this Taka, it's this Lance combo. So giving it over to them in game 3 is a huge mistake. They need to either ban one of the two or first pick one of the two to try to at least make Fates Zero play something else. Because I think if they go up against this comp again, they're certainly going to lose.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they felt like swapping the Celeste and the Kestrel would have been enough to, deal with that Taka Lance combo, but it very clearly was not the case, and so they need to, obviously something has to change. Otherwise, well, Nemesis, they will no longer be in the Evil 8 for the first time in history, really, as we've always had a Nemesis team at every live event, and every iteration of the Evil 8 has had a Nemesis team in some capacity. So this could be a big change for the competitive scene as a whole if they are not able to turn this series around.
Yeah, and as we get ready, and we're sending, of course, Nemesis is going to be at the drawing board right now, trying to figure out how to come to this game 3. We are going to take a quick break, and when we return, we'll get you guys into that game. Just a few moments.
Only $14.99.
Don't miss the call. Download Band. Communication made easy.
All right, everybody, we are back live now. Hopefully, all my mic issues are sorted out. Hopefully, that is the case. And, of course, I'm here joined by Fuji and Tasty Bacon. Fuji breaking down these games really well. I'm sure Nemesis is, listening to your feedback. They're hitting the drawing boards, trying to figure out how they're going to come into this next draft for game number 3. But as we kind of look at it, I kind of said that I expected Nemesis to have a completely different draft going into Game 2. I thought they would. They didn't. It was very similar, and it didn't work out. So this time, Game number 3, we do expect that. Something's got to change. They're back on the A side. It looks like with Fate Zero, they want to run Taka. Do you let them play the Taka, or is Fate Zero have something up their sleeve? It's really tough because, when you go into a third game on a best out of 5, both teams could be playing the mind game to some extent.
I mean, I think the answer to me is pretty simple. It's just no. Like, you don't let them play Taka again. Like, you just ban the Taka, and you can let them have Lance if you think Lance is perhaps not the biggest issue. If you kind of scale into the late game, once again, as we talk about, like, the Rome Lance success, just not really that high. But Eco doesn't have to, he doesn't, I don't feel like he feels the pressure right now because Taka's doing so much work, so much distraction. He's getting impales and stuff off in a way that's not super difficult just because everyone's so focused on running away from this other Taka pick. Illis is known for his Taka as well in ranked queue. It is a hero he plays quite frequently. In a best of 5, you get one chance to kind of make a draft that is kind of back in your opponent's face saying, we don't think it was your picks. But if you lose after that one chance, you don't have another one. Like, you've got to change your draft strategy.
Well, they're actually doing that probably right now, and we're still waiting for them to get all back into this queue so we can get started for game number 3. And I'm sure they're having a lot of discussion about that, about exactly just that. So, I think once you mix it up, I mean, the challenge here now is with game number 2, they probably had a better chance of doing it, because now they're kind of stuck in a position where they're kind of taking the chance, right? Because, who knows what, with game number 2, you kind of could have experimented taking out the Taka, seeing how it worked, and then tried something else with a game number 3. Now, this is it. It's do or die. And Nemesis, as you were alluding to, Tasty Bacon, this would be a real shame to see them not make it in. Of course, I mean, it's one thing to note is they did all mention, via social media, they all do have issues right now with their internet to try to make sure they have like the best ping. So it's kind of bad timing maybe, but it's definitely been challenging for them right now as they try to sort all of this out, especially for this game number 3.
Yeah, especially like I said, being down 2-0, you need to be doing as much as you can to make sure that everything is working properly. And your backs are up against the wall. If you're Nemesis Titan, you're down at 2-0 in a best of 5. So, I mean, you have to do something. Like something has to change. Like what you said, draft strategy definitely is the key factor that both of us really feel is the most important thing that's going to have to change going into this game number 3. But for Fate Zero, I mean, they have looked so strong. They didn't drop a single series throughout the challengers, and well, if they keep that up going through the rest of today, they're going to be our newest Evil 8 team.
They will be. I mean, at this point, they're looking like, I mean, it's just one game, right? Like this is it. Like Fate Zero needs to buckle down, stay focused. You win this next game, you get yourself a spot in the Evil 8, and you get 3 weekends to try to earn yourself a potential spot in Worlds. And even if you don't make it to the Worlds Invitational, you're coming into the Evil 8 knowing that you're securing your spot, trying to get practice against the best teams. And if your goal is to even just make it in the top 5 for at the end of the next split, you're going to be, qualified for the next season to come into the Evil 8. So this is a big stepping stone for this team if they're looking to really go kind of the long haul.
Plus, of course, there's the greedy reasoning of, there's larger prize money in the Evil 8. If even every single team in the Evil 8 is guaranteed prize money at the end of the split. So, for winning challengers, you got the Fate Zero got $900. Just for being in the Evil 8, you get $1,000. So, it's an upgrade just on that level alone. Not to mention, what could potentially also come of it.
Yes, indeed. A little money goes a long way with a lot of pride. So I think these guys definitely want to take it home today. They're looking like a strong team. And I mean, if there's definitely some things that I think Nemesis could look at and future teams can look at when you see Phase Zero. Their early game, their early to mid game transitions, definitely their weaker point. They like to get to these team fighting phases. They seem really strong when they're together. They seem like they don't make the best decisions when they're separate right now, and just kind of figuring out if things go a little bit not according to plan, how do they get back into it? How do they kind of rethink what their current strategy is? And we saw, like, even in game 2, Nemesis Titan having a bit of a gold lead, but when it comes to actually pulling everything together when the mid game hits, Fate Zero definitely seems to have it over Nemesis Titan. And in the last game, like, Nemesis Titan really, really needs to focus on their shot calling. Once they get a draft that they feel comfortable with, that they feel like they're not losing control with, they need to just make decisions and stick to them. They're getting split up all the time, getting caught out in 1v1s, dying on different sides of the maps. Like, it's very messy, and it's not an Evil 8 style of play that this team was bringing before. And, maybe it's just because they're swapping their rosters so much around. Everyone's in a different spot. Nemesis Titans, I don't think they're going to be able to pull through it. They're going to have a bit of a come-behind miracle at this point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, hopefully for Nemesis, they'll be able to get that miracle, because they are definitely staring up from the base of a very large hill.
They are. We did just get word. There's been a slight delay. Nemesis trying to get some technical issues sorted out, so they are finally just coming in into this queue right now, as they actually had not been in game for the last 5 or so minutes, trying to get something sorted out. So we will we gave them some time. It looks like they've got it all sorted out, and it looks like we're finally getting them back into the game so we can start this matchup. I'm sure that they've needed definitely some extra time to make sure that like internet connections were all sorted, and more importantly, that they have a strategy coming into this.
Well, I mean, number one strategy when you're playing in a competitive match that you've known about for some time is to, plan ahead and find yourself, somewhere you can play, like schedule it around, like try to get on to some, at least seemingly reliable internet. I mean, I know like sometimes you can't, like sometimes, providers will drop the ball or something, and you don't have a lot of control over that. But yeah, you got to show up to make the plays. So.
Wise words coming from Fuji. It is true, and it's definitely always a challenge as the balance Vainglory, the balance esports, the balance life. It takes maturity. It takes time. It takes a lot to work it all out. But it looks like we've got almost everybody back in. So A side now, Nemesis looking to. They got to mix things up. So if I'm them, and this is my last shot, and we're struggling, I say you just go as aggressive as you can. Find something that's really going to surprise the enemy team, to really surprise Fate Zero. They know how Fate Zero wants to play. They've probably done their homework as well on watching them in the challenge battles to know, all right, here's what they want. And really, at this point, they can't really be conservative of Fuji, right? Like they have to kind of do something as drastic as possible to avoid. Because at this point, it seems like whatever their plan was going forward, it's really fallen apart, and it's not sure if they have already a plan B set up. So now they've kind of got to figure something out. What would you? I mean, when you think about like what heroes really go, like what heroes would really be great against the Taka if you kind of let them pick the Taka, or do you feel personally that they have to stop the Taka altogether?
I mean, if they have plans to play into Taka, they've refused to do it like 2 games in a row now. So I don't think they have something to play into Taka. I mean, are there heroes that do pretty well into the pick? Yeah, I mean, there definitely are. Koshka is someone who actually does really well into Taka. We see, Cruel having a pretty good effect as well. So but they're just not prioritizing these picks because Lance isn't on the team either. They're not able to put Taka into Githian wall positions that keep Taka away from the carries. Catherine is not very good in the Taka. He can basically dodge out her abilities. So I don't know. I don't think the draft strategy is coming out of Nemesis. They're not basing it around the Taka pick, which could be their downfall. I think they're not putting enough emphasis on it. But end of the draft, we'll have to see.
Into we go.
All right. Well, I mean, like I said, something's got to change here, and it looks like the Kestrel will actually be banned. So the pick that they have been using themselves, they go ahead and ban that away. The Samuel gets the answer for Fate Zero, and then they take away the Lance. So already a very, very different draft strategy from the side of Nemesis Titan, which is definitely good to see.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you definitely just have to try something new, whether it's a Hail Mary pass, a crazy comp that your team can't plan or expect, or maybe just getting rid of one of the picks that you think is important. They decide Lance is the issue. They leave Taka open, so Taka is going to go back over to Illust again for a 3rd game in a row. We do see the Celeste pickup, which is definitely one of the stronger heroes for Joker, one that he plays very frequently. And Scarf now going over to the side of Nemesis here, so a little swapperoo on some of the heroes. Everyone trading a little bit back and forth. Not a lot of diversity here. Glaive being probably the first major diverse pick we've seen today.
Yeah, I mean, it actually is. We've had literally 1 hero difference in each of these games. So a total of 8 heroes played in 3 games. Not exactly the largest pool being used, but I mean, hey, they just saw the Lance and Scarf beat them twice, so why not pick them up? Meanwhile, on the other side, taking away the Celeste, which has obviously been a priority for Nemesis Titan, so you get them off of that comfort, and you still have Illust on this Taka.
Yeah, when I look at the draft setup, I definitely think that Fate Zero, they don't really need to pick anything different. I really like the fact that these guys have kind of stuck somewhat close to what some of their drafts have been, mainly just because you don't really need to show a lot here. If you're in game 3 and things have been working and the other team's having a hard time figuring out what to do, you just keep playing the same thing. Like, it just makes, if you feel confident, like 3 games now, Illis is now on Taka. This is like the warmest he could possibly be on this hero. And that's kind of a dangerous place for Nemesis Titan to be, knowing that they're now playing unique heroes going into this match compared to the pace setter that Illis has been.
Yeah, I mean, Illis, like you said, definitely has been the one setting the pace. Now both teams going to make it to the jungle shop around the same time. Max Green, though, taking the brunt of this damage. Illis, is he going to be able to find this one? Actually, Joker getting involved now as well, but Joker maybe getting a little bit too involved is going to be the first kill going over, and Illis can't find the kill on Max Green. They will just turn their attentions onto Chicken, though, but still going to be paying a hefty price to take that one down. Illis very, very low. Maybe have an opportunity to steal away some camps here, but ends up being a 1-for-1.
Yeah, so a couple of weird things happened just then. First of all, it looks like they didn't realize Celeste was coming down because Illis backed out instead of continuing to go forward. We also saw Illis cancel 2 basic attacks, which would have secured the kill on Lance twice. So just kind of trying to run out. That being said, they do get the steals on the back camps. That's pretty important for them. We now see Illis sitting at 8 farm to Glaive's 6. If he picks this up too, which he does, this is bad news for Chicken.
Yeah, Chicken definitely not going to be happy with that one. Does go down. Now Max Green is going to be the target. Doesn't have any of the abilities available. Super shot in the lane is getting low as well. And just like that, it is a triple kill for Illis. Thankfully for the side of Nemesis, Chicken did respawn, so there is not going to be an ace going over, but that is still not a good start to the game, especially for morale on the side of Nemesis.
I mean, everything just went wrong for Nemesis. Max Green Githian walled Taka into chitin range after Afterburn was used, and then as he continues to get the kill on Lance, Scarf literally just walks up into melee range for the last auto attack coming out of Taka and dies. Like, there's not, like, things couldn't have gone worse for Nemesis in that small 15-second period. Like, when you see Taka successfully secure a region at anything like near half health, you have to leave. You cannot contest. Like, use your Afterburn early. Like, get out of there. Don't even hesitate to use it. But man, poor Max Green, man. Like, must feel bad for Chicken knowing that when he did use the Afterburn, he thought he'd be okay, and then the Githian wall gave Taka that little nudge into the right direction. Is actually turning around on Celeste here. Joker getting caught out again. This is something he's done a couple of times now. Maybe a little overconfidence coming out of the lane. Yeah,
definitely a little bit of overconfidence, but still, it's kind of understandable to have a little bit of overconfidence here, given the situation you're in. You just need to be careful that it doesn't end up costing you too much, as they giving up that 1 kill. But down in the jungle, we do see Illist and Chicken kind of fighting over this minion. Who's going to end up taking that one? It will go over to Chicken, but now Illist is going to perhaps look for a fight. Needs to be careful. Chicken does have a fair amount of damage, but is going to use that Kaku heal up and now get kited away far enough that he doesn't want to go back in. Unless, well, with that scout trap pop, Chicken is going to be able to perhaps find this one. Ooh, very, very close. Does get the shutdown. However, there was a fight also happening on the other side of the map, and it is Fate Zero looking to find a kill, and they will take a second kill over on the right side of the map. So even when Illist isn't able to make the play that he was hoping for, Fate Zero, his 2 teammates, they got his back, and they can go ahead and still find an advantage.
Yeah, I mean, that was definitely unfortunate to step on the scout trap. He even managed to Kaitan the Twisted Stroke ability that Glaive kind of used immediately. So fortunate for Glaive, unfortunate for Taka, as he's having to deal with getting bounced back and forth now again. Ooh, barely dodges that one, as he now can turn the damage back onto this Glaive. This is pretty bad for Glaive here. No way to really escape. And Celeste comes down to join the party. Nice root from Max Green there, though.
Yeah, Max Green getting the root, getting the Githian wall, but will get slowed up with that Quibble. A Helio does hit, and one more will do the trick. That is another kill going over to Fate Zero, 8-4 on the kill count. the scoreboard is once again fairly close. But now they're looking for some damage onto Super Shot, who does have to back away and uses those boots. So those boot cooldown not going to be available for quite some time. Joker very low on energy though, has to be careful as well, because another Spitfire 2 connecting could be a kill going the other way, or an afterburn coming from Lance out of the jungle. So definitely need to be cautious. We'll actually just look to recall here. Fountain of Renewal coming out, first item for Eco, and first tier 3 item actually in the game. So nice pacing there for him, being the first one to be able to afford one of those tier 3s. Tension Bow going to be coming out for the Taka, so now we might be seeing even more aggressive plays.
Yeah, we're still a few hundred gold away from Fountain on the side of Mac's screen, so they do need to be a little bit careful here if they do decide to engage before he's able to get back to the shop. Polite Company plus Fountain, and he has Forced Accord. This is a potential for disaster for the side of Nemesis Titan if they get caught before they want to. Taka bootsing into the jungle, deciding he's going to go on the hunt for some farm and contest against this Glaive. Scout does spot him though, so we'll have to see, can Glaive make the plays?
Yeah, can Glaive get a solid afterburn off? Taka very, very low, is going to be trying to run away from this one, but it doesn't matter about the Glaive plays because the Impale will come through and solidify that kill. Good communication by Nemesis to recognize that they had that opportunity to make the rotation down and find a kill. Forced Accord's going to pull in Super Shot. Beautiful combo there from Joker and Eco. And now can they find a second kill onto Max Green? Absolutely. Even with almost no energy, Joker is able to team up with Eco for the kill. And again, there's the kill advantage heavily in favor of Fate Zero. But despite that, there isn't a huge gold discrepancy. It's still only 1,000 gold in favor of Fate Zero.
Yeah, that's very true. And Glaive actually doing some pretty good work here. So he doesn't get the regen there, which is going to give Taka obviously the confidence to go back in. We'll see. What can you do, chicken? Well, he's being no chicken. He's definitely staying and fighting. But I will give him some props. Like in his backs there, when they noticed that Taka hit the scout trap, not only did he take both backs, but he actually bullied Taka out of his jungle, and with the help of Lance coming down to get the impale. That's what you have to do. We talked about this before. If you're going to allow Taka to invade, you do have to have your roam come down and drop. You need the help because a lot of times you can get Taka down a little bit low, but they're going to go in for the kill on Super Shot.
Yeah, Super Shot again taking a lot of damage. Illust will be knocked away, but a Forced Accord, not really much to follow it up with, but Illust still looking to go into the turret, is going to get stunned up a lot though. And, well, they are able to get out of here for now. Eco is the target of that Dragon's Breath. Eco still wants to stick around here, being very, very bold on this Finn, but well, they do eventually back away and things sort of reset a little bit. The gold lead, again, still sitting at 1,000. Nothing much has changed there. Now, however, there is going to be the Broken Myth for Celeste, so that first item Power Spike could be big. Illust is going to dodge the afterburn with a chitin onto the Treant. That's a smooth, fancy play there, but can they find the kills or the rest of this farm? It will go over to Fate Zero. Now it's a 3-on-2. Make that a 3-on-1. Make that a 3-on-0.
You can't be there 2v3 like that. Like, Celeste hasn't showed herself in the lane for some time. You have to assume that she's probably nearby or able to make the rotation. Super Shot is literally nowhere near the team fight. And the auto attack punch from Finn to secure the kill on Scarf there in the lane. Right now, we're just seeing the very same thing we have happened to Nemesis Titan in the last couple of games happen again. This Taka is causing so much mayhem and attention. Even if the Glaive is performing better against this pick, they're still playing so loose to where they're sending people in and getting caught in the jungle. They're getting caught in the lane after both Glaive and Lance go down. Scarf is overextending for farm by himself in lane. It's like, why? Like, you don't have to do these things. Play slow. You drafted Scarf. You've drafted for a much later game. If Glaive is actually defending well, that's your win. It's not to invade and steal against the enemy team. You don't actually win. As Forced Accord does whiff. Looks like they're still going in, though.
Yeah, they still feel very confident in their damage, and why not? They've been winning every single team fight. Obviously, the later this goes, the better it starts to look for the Scarf. Joker gets knocked into a very bad position. Beautiful afterburn. That's the name of the ability I'm looking for from Chicken. But now, can Illust answer? Is going to get one kill under the turret. However, Eco is going to go down, and Illust, that's a 1-on-2, and well, the numbers just don't add up for Fate Zero. And finally, a fight goes the way of Nemesis Titan. They get the ace. This should also be the turret going over, and well, the Scarf's revenge. Every time a game starts to get later and later, the Scarf just gets more and more powerful.
Oh, is he going to get the turret? He does get the turret. It's probably going to cost... Nope, it's not. Lance is there to help out. Joker trying to do some fancy things by himself here, though. Don't think he's going to quite get the kill. He needs to be careful.
Yeah, the Helio's not quite connecting, but now Illust coming in. There's another nice afterburn from Chicken, finding the kill. Super Shot is still somehow alive. Illust is getting taken down very low. Wants to go back in, though, perhaps, with that Kaku getting in deep. Will find Super Shot, another afterburn, but there's the fountain. Now, can Illust actually turn this around with Eco? Eco's very, very low, but so is Chicken. Illust jumps in again, and a double kill, and will get away from Max Green. What a turnaround by Illust.
Man, these team fights... Okay, so this has all been pretty messy from the very beginning. Like, this started back in the lane. Finn misses his force accord, and the team still tries to fight. So one of your major initiations and engages is down. You're still picking a fight in lane. They don't respect the afterburn. They don't use Fountain early enough, so Celeste goes down. The team fight lasts so long. Celeste comes all the way back to try to, once again, defend the turret. And Joker, you're super overextended for this farm. So like these guys need to make sure they stay a little bit further back. Remember that the team fighting prowess of Fate Zero is simply just that. When they team fight, they seem to do much better than when they try to do these kind of one-off picks in lane or when they're running up. That also being said, Max Green being really greedy with his fountain usage is once again Afterbirds come through.
Yeah, afterburn, but this time Chicken gets deleted by that Solar Storm, and now here comes Illust. All of a sudden, this is absolutely Nemesis Titan on the run. Polite Company isn't quite within range, but they're going to get into this turret, but we've seen time and time again, Fate Zero, they don't really care about these turrets too much. They're just going to continue this dive. Super Shot, you went the wrong way, buddy. Should have stuck with your Lance, but now even Lance isn't going to be getting out of harm's way. Does not hit the Impale, gets stunned. Or not stunned, but, you know, is stuck in place himself when the Impale doesn't connect on anything. And that's just an easy pickup from the Joker. Joker, though, going to be taking a good chunk of damage from Chicken, but still going to find that turret with those ace buff minions. Meanwhile, the rest of the team is working on this gold mine. So despite the fact that Nemesis started to get a couple fights going their way, all of a sudden, Fate Zero, they take one fight and grab a turret, grab a gold mine, and now the gold is back pretty solidly in their favor, almost 3,000 gold.
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely seeing some pretty positive things coming out of the side of Fate Zero once they started sticking together. We're still seeing some like really greedy late fountains, I think, coming out of the side of both teams, them thinking that they don't really quite have to use it. Taka looking to go in here again.
Yeah, Taka definitely looking to be aggressive. This is just kind of the way Illust plays. Chicken, again, going to be taking a lot of damage. Doesn't have the energy to afterburn even when it's off cooldown, but it doesn't matter. The Solar Storm coming through with a couple stacks on the Broken Myth. It just does so much damage. Max Green is going to be falling here as well. And again, turret, it may as well not even be there for the way that Fate Zero play. Another ace going over. And, I was going to comment earlier how it felt like maybe this overconfidence was coming back and biting them, but it looks like they realized that and have just completely turned it back.
Yeah, I think the confidence levels being high is good, but it's a difference between being confident and being smart. If you use an active or you use Forced Accord or you use one of your major abilities and it's on cooldown and you're trying to fight, that's not really confidence. That's just not playing to your win condition. That's just being like a little bit maybe even like disrespectful to the enemy team. Like you're kind of like throwing out like, you know what, we think we can still beat you even with all of this stuff not available to us. And we showed Nemesis Titans says, well, no, you can't. Like maybe we're not the better team in today's Challenger Series, but if you make mistakes, if you do something that's obviously not beneficial to what you've been doing the last two games, we're going to take advantage of it. We're going to push in. We're going to get a turret. We're actually going to gain a little bit of a gold lead, even if it was only for a brief moment. But once again, Fate Zero said, we need to calm down, guys. We actually gave them a window of opportunity and momentum. That's the most important tool.
Yeah, absolutely is. I mean, 10 to 23 on the kills. That does not do much for your momentum. Chicken on the back lines now as Illust had gotten onto Super Shot. And nice Dragon's Breath from over the wall, but Illust just jumps on over to join him, gets the kill. And now Chicken is going to be the target. And 1v3, again, the numbers just do not add up here for Nemesis. Max Green is on the run. Should be able to get away from the Taka, but well, Eco does not have that force to cord up for another couple seconds, so they're just going to go ahead and turn their attention immediately to the Kraken.
I mean, we're seeing really coordinated turret dives and team fights coming out of the side of Fate Zero. Just a lot of it is still coming down to Illust on this Taka making so many plays. I do think it's pretty dangerous for them to 50-50 this Kraken. Well, Max Dream was very late on the Impale timing. When you do have a Storm Crown, it is kind of tough to time the amount of damage that might come out from a burst on Taka. But they do take the Kraken. But just to quickly readdress what I was saying before, I constantly see Afterburn, Spitfires, so many abilities being used into Taka's Kaiten. Like, they're not thinking about this. They're not waiting for him to use the ability before they re-engage on them. Ixretsu is causing them to use so mmany abilities right away, and they're not waiting for, that Force Accord.
Force Accord finding... really, well, another opportunity is now Super Shot is going to be getting his recall stopped, and 2-on-1 Joker is going to find this one with the help of Eco. Meanwhile, up in the lane, it is just Illust causing havoc as onto Chicken, and Max Green takes down that first turret with the Kraken. Now they're going to be into those final two turrets, the only two turrets that separate Fate Zero and a spot in the Evil 8. They've got one down. Lots of damage onto Chicken. They do have the Sanctuary right there, but Chicken just took a ton of damage. Is going to survive. Gets an Afterburn, knocking Illust into the Sanctuary. That is huge for them. Kraken is very low, but they still need to find these kills. Super Shot is back up, but you can see there's Joker putting a lot of damage onto the Crystal. There is going to find the kill onto Chicken, but is getting taken down very low. Kraken has been destroyed. Can they finish this one off? They just need to focus on this Crystal. Let Super Shot deal with Eco, but Joker doesn't have the energy. They want to find this kill instead. Well, can they do it? This is so tense. Super Shot trying to save the game for his team, trying to save their Evil 8 spot. Joker does not have the energy in order to finish this game. There's the Solar Storm. It doesn't find the kill, though. And now Super Shot, can he save this one? Needs to go back to the Sanctuary for energy, perhaps. But no, doesn't have the time to do it. However, Max Green is now up. Joker is doing what they can, but because they spent so much time messing around with Super Shot, they're not quite going to get the Crystal. Oh, that was painful to watch. You had Eco there blocking Super Shot. There's nothing Super Shot could have done to get onto Joker, and yet Joker spent so much time there trying to hit Super Shot instead of just taking down the Crystal.
I don't think Joker realized how much damage he could do with his autos until after Finn died, because you saw kind of all of a sudden him doing it, but also he still could have won. He used one of his Helios to attack Scarf towards the end there, when if he would have just dropped it on the Vein Crystal after that last Supernova, it was only one Helio away. Like, you don't get more opportunities to win the game than Fate Zero just had in their base. They just gave over Kraken and 3 bounties to a Scarf, and it's almost 20 minutes. They have to be really careful now.
Yeah, they absolutely do. I mean, they are still just one fight away, and they're looking for it right now. There's going to be a big Dragon's Breath, but Joker is not involved yet. Comes in from the backside. Now Chicken is going to be the target. Illust very nearly finding that kill. They do eventually take it down. Super Shot is low and low on energy, and Illust is on to that dragon. That's another kill. Max Green, the only one left. There is no way that this is not the game and the series going to Fate Zero.
Oh man, what a crazy way to finish. I was thinking when they were playing around with them in their base, this would just be the best if Nemesis Titan came back and actually took a victory, because they did this in the last two games where they kind of played with their food, if you will, before actually eating it. And this could have been the one game to really bite them. But we saw the team fighting prowess once again just isn't there for Nemesis Titan. Fate Zero, with this win, becomes an Evil 8 team. That's pretty exciting. Get an opportunity to talk about these guys a lot more over the upcoming month, but definitely really them. At the same time, while they did play well, they did seem to have some pretty solid team fighting. Definitely have to take a look at Nemesis Titan and ask a bunch of questions of them, like, why do you let Taka slip through the draft 3 times in a row? This was a hero that gave you tons of trouble, even when they were able to do fairly well early game against him, even when they altered their strategy a little bit against this Taka, bringing the roam down whenever he invaded, actually successfully pushing him out a few times. They immediately make the wrong decision and not realizing what they'd be doing after they successfully push Taka out. The answer is not to invade him. That is your win. Your win is pushing the Taka out, not losing your farm. Then you go back up, you help your Scarf farm, and you rinse and repeat. You help your Scarf carry to the late game. But they got a little bit overconfident with actually taking their win, investing way too much going into the jungle, and it actually cost them the game because they get killed there, and then Scarf gets killed immediately afterwards in lane, and then we see the turret pick up, we see the turret dives. I mean, Phase Zero was here today to play. They wanted this Evil 8 spot. Nemesis Titan didn't really put up much of a fight, though, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, we're going to get to see a lot more of Fate Zero. Definitely excited for that. This team has a lot of potential. They have looked incredibly strong in challengers. They 3-0 their Evil 8 opponent to get into the Evil 8. And, I mean, there's definitely still some questions there for Fate Zero. Definitely some things that need to be shored up for them to be a contender in the Evil 8. But the potential is there. You get better by playing teams and players that are better than you. That's a case, for really any skill-based, activity. And so I think going into the Evil 8 is actually going to do wonders for this team. Maybe get some opponents that take advantage of some of the smaller mistakes that we did notice and catch in these games. But once a team does do that to Fate Zero, I think that's gonna, they're going to then realize those mistakes and work on fixing them. So there is a huge upside for this team. Congratulations to Fate Zero, the first challenger team from autumn season to make it into the Evil 8.
Yep, congratulations to them. Big upset as Nemesis Titan does fall, and there will be no Nemesis team in the Evil 8 for it's been the first time in quite some time. But you know what? With every end, there's a new beginning, and this beginning is Fate Zero, and so we're really excited to watch them, see how they perform. And then that also means we are going to be moving on to our next series today. Now, we're going to take a quick break, but when we return, this is what we're going to be watching. As we concluded this match, we are now going to be going into Team Phoenix going up against Noble Pro. And Fuji and Tasty, this is going to be, I think this is going to be a very close matchup. A lot of excitement surrounding Noble Pro. They were the 1 seed going into this split. They performed fairly well, but they did have to work their way up through the loser bracket, and they didn't win first place, as actually Fate Zero knocked them off. Is that a sign that maybe they have some weaknesses? There are some exposed parts of their play that Phoenix can take advantage of? Or is it just testament to how strong Fate Zero is?
I think it's a little bit of both. I mean, all of these teams definitely have their kind of issues they're still working through, kind of finding themselves, identifying themselves. They haven't been together for very long, most of them, and they're kind of just seeing what works. We see like top Evil 8 teams that when they change their rosters around struggle to really find what makes sense for themselves. But when we look at this upcoming matchup, I mean, like we said, we saw Team Phoenix come out of the gate swinging strong and hard and doing extremely well in the first weekend, but they've kind of missed the mark the last 2 weeks. So this is their chance to really prove that this roster decision was the right one. We've seen big organizations in North America fall after making, poor roster choices. Like Gangstars was probably the most primary example recently where their roster just didn't work for them. And, if Team Phoenix, if this is the case, who knows? Noble Pro might actually have the better kind of hidden roster. You don't have to come in first to be in the Evil 8, so we'll have to see.
And we will very soon. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to return series number 2 of today, Team Phoenix versus Noble Pro.
Only $14.99.
Don't miss the call. Download Band. Communication made easy.
All right, everybody, and we're back. Short breaks, which is always nice, and all the players are in the queue. We've broken down what we think this match is going to initially look like, possibly, who knows. But without further ado, it looks like once we get this draft started, we will be good to go. And it started here as Team Phoenix. They will be starting on the A side. They're going up against, again, the number 1 seeded team up until they finally did lose to Fate Zero in the finals in the Challengers of Split 1 this autumn season. So, a very strong team. They definitely proved that they were, among the elite, the top 3, as they performed very well. And actually had to play, they actually, when they went into that final, just so for Tasty and Fuji's notes, is that they actually played 3 series in a row because they had gotten dropped down to the loser bracket to make it. So that was actually the 3rd series within a 3-hour span that they had to play. So very, a lot of resilience and stamina in this team. The fact that they're able to perform so well for such long durations really is testament to the strength of this roster.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see them play. I haven't personally had a lot of time watching the Challenger series, but I've heard some great things about these teams and the players. And, you have to know they're hungry. They've spent all this time coming this far, and they're so close to a shot at the Autumn Split 2 and potentially a shot at making it to Worlds. Like, this is the fastest track you could possibly get on. And if you know the direction you want to go and you've put the time and the work in, you're pretty close to getting there. So we'll just have to see how it comes out. I hope we see some different kind of draft strategies and structures, a little singular path in the first set of games. But as we head into the draft today, we'll have to figure out what these teams want to play.
Rep, into the draft we go, and Fuji, it looks like the first ban is out, and this is starting to take shape.
That's right. We do see the Saw ban on A side coming out of Phoenix here, and then the Samuel ban. So no surprise on the Samuel. Saw ban must obviously come from a little bit of research, something we don't normally see unless there's a proficient player on a team that brings out this pick.
There is. As we saw in some of the Challenger battles, Hideous has been phenomenal on this Saw, has not lost with this pick. To the point where we were even joking, calling him the Pawn the Original 2.0, and so that is why the Saw is getting banned.
Well, that makes sense then. I mean, it is a character that can be hard to deal with, both weapon and crystal side, if the team knows how to utilize him. That being said, it does leave a lot of picks open, though. When you have to take away one such as Saw, there's still a lot of meta priorities that can come through. Arden and Taka. Taka being a favorite in today's Challenger Series in every game so far. We do see the Adagio Lance Finn combo, not something we've seen too frequently. This is more of a setup we've seen out of teams like Gangstar Sirius, but the Adagio's kind of fallen off in some popularity. It's still really strong, though. I think perhaps even still underutilized a lot of times. Not sure the Baron was the ideal pick. Usually when you see the Adagio come through, you like to get something that has more poke potential, like a Celeste, like a Scarf. But the Baron can get built. He could technically kill Adagio in just a few auto rounds, so we'll have to see if they can extend this game long enough.
Yeah, I mean, the Baron pick, it's definitely something we've seen a lot more in Challenger than we did in Evil 8. So we'll see if they can make it work here, as a lot of teams in the Evil 8 just kind of shied away from it. We saw it a little bit, but not really having much impact. So everyone just sort of dropped the pick and never really looked back on it. But the Challengers, they saw something with it, and they have been playing it to quite a bit of success. We'll see if they can have that success carry over here into the challenge battles against one of these Evil 8 teams. As again, it is Phoenix Rain going to be taking on the side of Noble Pro. So Hideous versus Lulu in the lane. I think that's really going to be one of the biggest keys to this matchup.
Yeah, I definitely think Baron is very strong. I feel like a lot of Evil 8 teams perhaps just didn't put a lot of time in on him. We saw Europe teams obviously pull him off to some great success. Only a couple of decent games here and there in North America, but as you said, nothing too impressive, nothing to really bet all your coins on. But if Baron does scale to the late game, the fact that they really are only a single carry late game threat, Baron does have the opportunity to stack up on this. Ooh, that might have been a little bit risky.
That was very over aggressive from Hideous. Gonna get caught out there and taken down. I mean, obviously didn't know that the full team was rotating up, so that kind of goes into why that decision was made, but still a very risky play regardless, especially the jungle rotations, the timers, your team jungle is just coming up to the lane shortly. You have to expect your opponents are going to be on a similar timing, if not faster, because you have that Lance against you as a jungler.
Well, I mean, and why even jump jets to begin with? Like, you're not going to kill anybody. Like, you're not going to take Adagio down, even if you do jump jet to him and land on him. You don't have enough attack speed to auto enough times to kill him before he gets to the safety of his turret. And then once he gets there, he just heals up off of a potion and his own self-heals. So pretty questionable overall, especially considering the fact that you were letting your wave stack a little bit because you weren't autoing it the most you could. You didn't get your Porcupine Mortar first, so Dodge's pushing you harder. He ends up losing a bunch of lane farm due to that fact. Thankfully, Taka picked up some of it, but Baron needs as much farm as he can possibly get, as fast as he can get it, because he does so much damage, but only if he gets to those core items. Otherwise, Baron ends up being very underwhelming, doesn't offer a lot to your team. Not the most mobile, but they're going in again.
Yeah, and they're going right in onto Daryl this time, and Daryl will be able to survive. And going back to what you were saying about the Baron, there's two types of heroes. There's heroes that are very gold dependent and heroes that are experience dependent. And Baron is definitely of the gold dependent variety. Levels don't really actually do all that much for him, especially with the weapon power build. That level 6 is not going to be crucial to a team fight, but having that gold, getting those items, that is literally where all of the power on a weapon power Baron comes from. The other thing that this weapon power Baron is going to do means we will be having a Crystal Taka coming out from Vainglorious. So we'll have to see how that one works as well. We've seen a couple of Crystal Takas in Challenger to varying degrees of success. And I mean, it's one of those picks that can be extremely powerful or just kind of shut down completely and have no effect.
It's true. I mean, I do like Crystal Taka, particularly if you go the Storm Crown into things like Aftershock or Broken Myth. You could even argue Shatter Glass as well. I mean, when you have a single threat carry like Adagio, if Taka gets to the back line, throws the Extretsu on, bleeds him out, causes him to have mortal wounds, so he can't heal up for as much, and Baron's just getting stacks on the front line the whole time, Taka's becoming a pretty decent distraction. It definitely could work out. I can see the premise for the strategy they want to pull off. Now, whether they can or not, obviously we'll have to wait and see. Taka does not get that back, so does take it and push Taka out. Taka actually getting outscaled in levels here by Xenotech a bit. But he's going to continue to try to still see if Roast Potato can quibble. Oh, does not quite get it. Uses Polite Company instead of Quibble. That actually helped Taka a little bit, put it just in range for the auto attack. But yeah, to quickly revisit your point from earlier, though, Bacon, like the one time that like the level thing for Baron does actually come into play is like once you have all of your items and you hit 12 and you get that final massive tick to your range, at that point levels matters. But you're right, the rest of the time it's like you want to overdrive your B generally too. I'm not sure I agree completely with maxing Porcupine Mortar, simply just because I'm not sure how much he's actually going to be able to do with that ability. You really want the ability to dodge out things like Force the Cord and Impales and Githian Walls from the jump jets. I definitely think it's more optimal in almost every case, unless there's like 0 CC from the other team, to max jump jets and max your ultimate, leave Porcupine Mortar at 4 points. We'll have to see what his in-game plan is. Perhaps he doesn't feel too much of a threat to max it early, but yeah, we'll see. I definitely kind of like the idea. Nice dodge there on the jump jets. A little bit of an impale trying to block them off. I think in that instance, you definitely would probably aim to get the Githian wall first and then look to impale after, simply because landing an impale at that angle is going to be hard to do versus the Baron. But, they don't really lose anything for it, just a little bit of time, that's all.
Yeah, a little bit of time, not really going to be putting too much separation. There is about 1,000 gold lead here. It has another aggressive jump jets in from Hideous. This time not going to be paying for it. Instead getting some good damage onto Lulu. But those Porcupine Mortars, if they don't connect early on especially, it significantly reduces the damage coming out of this Baron. So not going to be finding a kill there. Instead, it does allow Taka to go down into the jungle, but now Xenotech has found the Taka, and they are going to be having a friendly little duel here, just kind of poking each other a little bit. Nothing too heavy and nothing too serious, but now Vainglorious again is going to get pulled in. A beautiful Force the Cord, but Vainglorious is still on the run, does finally fall to the Adagio, and Hideous really not able to get involved in that fight at all, even though Lulu had rotated down rather early.
Yeah, like you don't fight with Baron this early. General rule of thumb is like it's too early. He hasn't completed a Sorrow Blade yet. He hasn't started getting attack speed towards his breaking point. He doesn't really do more damage than Polite Company and Heal can actually break, or more than what the Heal and Polite Company can defend against. Like he's not going to be able to really break through the wall, especially coming from a north to south angle. It's very dangerous for him to try to come over the wall with jump jets because it's his only escape, or to walk through the bush. He's being completely separate. So what you do on the side, what you do like on the other side is you just leave. Like Taka can just leave. He doesn't have to fight. Like there's nothing for them to get. Like you're safe to just back out, regroup. Lance uses Impale. It didn't hit. He's rooted. There's no threats there. And then of course Finn hitting level 6 right when they were trying to escape. It's kind of sealed the deal on them there. Unfortunately, Noble Pro just not quite able to get away, but yeah, it was one of those things that just didn't have to happen.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely didn't, and unfortunately for the side of Noble, it's going to put them a little bit further behind. This gold lead has now grown to about 2,000 gold at the 8-minute mark, and it's coming off of the back of only 2 kills, so it just kind of shows that Phoenix, they have had slightly better rotations, slightly better farming, and now if they can secure this gold mine, keeping Daryl at bay, that was very close to being a steal from both Daryl and a nice ultimate from Hideous, and getting that drop down over the wall, but it is solidified by Xenotech, picking up that gold miner, so that's going to jump this lead out even further now for Phoenix.
It is. I will say that after losing some of the early farm, we do see Baron still keeping up pretty much from then on. So not too bad. You definitely concede gold mine. It's worth giving it up rather than trying to fight for it, die, and lose turret as well. So if you don't think you can get it, I like the idea of throwing the ultimate down there, trying to get the skill shot. Baron shoves the wave in, forces Adagio to at least miss a few minions for his time invested in taking the gold mine. You just do as much as you can everywhere else on the map while the objective's being taken, and then just kind of rinse and reset a little bit. Once again, Baron looking to scale to that late game, really trying to get these items. You can see he's getting closer to that breaking point, not quite there. Taka does finish the aftershock, has the Storm Guard banner, so he's able to clear jungle pretty effectively. If he goes into Stormcrown as well, which I'm assuming he will, his cooldown is actually going to be very impressive. Adagio getting some really nice stutter steps and a couple auto attacks, almost taking down Hideous there. We'll have to see if Arden comes up and uses the fountain right away. I think he's going to have to if they want to defend this turret.
Yeah, it definitely is, but the turret is going to be dangerously low. They've jumped in a nice gauntlet, but it's not going to be enough to save the turret. Forced Accord comes out, doesn't hit anything. Hideous, what are you doing, man? That was a very big mistake on the positioning there. Now, Xenotech, off the back of that, going to feel confident enough to go in. They found Daryl, and they are going to grab another kill here. And Phoenix Rain, they are starting to really pull ahead in this game.
Like, why not use your fountain for Baron? It's one of these things where they come up, they know their turret's probably going to be taken if they don't immediately engage. So as Arden, you just gauntlet right away, pop fountain so Baron has it. He doesn't have to worry about getting picked off by an impale like he just was. I mean, if you're going for this heavy offensive Baron build, you're only generally going to have a reflex. The rest of your items are all offensive. An impale is going to take your health down by probably close to 45%. If it's landed successfully. So just a little bit agreed. We talked about this in the first series, just people holding on to fountain longer than they need to. The cooldown isn't 10 minutes. It actually, like, if you have to use it, you can just tell your team, look, we used fountain, we defended turret, let's play safe until it's back up again, right? Let's not get pulled by hook, let's play back. Like, make the strategy call, but keep your laner alive, keep your turret alive.
Yeah, well, that's generally the plan for any team, but it hasn't been the idea here for working out, at least for Noble thus far. They're definitely still not out of this game, but Vainglorious going to be getting found here. Again, lots of damage being dished out. Xenotech with a big double root is not going to get the Githian wall that he's looking for, but does wait a second and find it. Great patience coming out of the Lance, and, well, the block, it doesn't really matter. They're still going down. Now, Daryl, they're diving under two turrets into the base, looking for the ace. They get the root, and they get the ace. Noble Pro just kind of going down in a heap there, and Phoenix Rain, that is some hyper-aggression if I ever saw it.
Well, they almost didn't get it. Like, Xenotech missed his empowered auto attack because he accidentally tapped a minion instead of Arden. But at the same time, Arden killed Taka, essentially. Taka boxed and got out. You could tell Xenotech wasn't really sure exactly where Taka went, but the Vanguard gave his position away completely. Like, you Vanguard to the invisible Taka, who's now safe, is no longer safe. Xeno drops the Impale. Very quick reaction coming out of him. I like it a lot. Gets a bunch of the damage off. So, unfortunate. Right now, Derek playing a little bit underwhelming compared to where he needs to be in order to be there to support for his team. We're seeing them having trouble shot calling on the engage too. Taka just walking up, getting Githian walled for no reason, being forced to use his Kaku purely just because he's out of position trying to find the Adagio. They're trying to do these pincer attacks. I don't think that's necessary. You know their front line. Do what you're doing right now. Get on the back line going straight to the front.
Yeah, well, Vainglorious, they tried to go on the back line, and with no one else is on the back line with him, it can cause a bad situation. Derek's going to get the gauntlet down, but I don't think Phoenix really mind being inside the gauntlet all that much. They're going to find another kill. Hideous will go down before the Impale can even connect, and it is another ace, second one in rapid succession for Phoenix. And, well, they're going to get this turret for sure. See, are they going to try and push it? No, they're just going to back out of here. And they have a huge lead now. The gold has jumped up to being nearly 10,000 in their favor. And, well, this is looking to be a 1-0 in favor of Phoenix Rain.
Yeah, Phoenix Rain is playing very clean. They're going in with their engages. Baron's damage is just still not there yet. He hasn't completed his monocle. Once you get your first monocle in conjunction with Sorrow and Breaking Point, you now start doing damage similar to what Adagio does 10 minutes before you do. So you gotta pace yourself. Like, Adagio's end power is going to absolutely chunk out Baron or Taka because they're going these very offensive heavy builds, and Arden just really isn't on the same page as Taka, not going in. I mean, you can see right now, like, he does save Taka there. Good decision. questionable why they were that far forward anyway. Baron's not anywhere close to them. There's plenty of bushes and stuff you can hang out in. Your scout line, your vision line is behind you. So that's another question, is why are we this far forward? We're not really placing vision down. Once again, Taka's, I'm not sure going in is a good idea. Your roam is dead. Like, right now, you can just kind of tell that Noble Pro they just don't really know what to do being this far behind.
Yeah, it feels like they're making very desperate plays, trying to find that one heroic pick onto the Adagio that could turn the game around for them. Even Daryl going in there with the blood for blood, what's to be gained from that blood for blood? And well, the answer is nothing, and the turret is going to be down there onto the crystal. I don't think they even really care about Baron and Taka. They are just looking to end this game. Verse of Judgment going to come out, and it actually does get a kill going over to the side of Noble, but it doesn't matter. The crystal has been destroyed, and the kills come through afterwards, but it is a very solid game number 1 for Phoenix Rain over Noble. I feel like, the decision to go with this Crystal Taka, I understand the point of it is to try and jump onto the back lines, but when you have someone like a Baron who has no reliable means of getting onto the back lines without putting himself in immediate danger, I feel like you can't really rely on that backline dive.
Yeah, you can. I mean, we're talking about you have to have a level and gold disparity on your enemy that's so high that when Taka goes into the backline, he's like the carry is actually potentially risking getting all in immediately just from the Exretsu combo, aftershock, proc, everything coming out. As far behind as they were, Taka's no threat at all. So you're right, like it ends up becoming this thing where you're betting really heavily on getting so far ahead that you're gonna not have to have Baron follow you up. But once again, we see this kind of synergy, if you will, coming in from the side of Noble Pro, where even when Taka went into the back line, Arden wasn't there with them. Gauntlet wasn't dropped until after Taka was basically almost killed or already dead. There were just a lot of late calls, and like my advice to Noble Pro at this point is just they need to recognize, sure, Phoenix Rain was at the bottom of the Evil 8, one of the bottom teams, but this isn't ranked Q. You can't just continue to throw yourself at the enemy and hope to come out ahead. Like, they're going to be coordinated. They're a team that practices. They're a team that has a lot of skill. They've been in the Evil 8 for an entire split so far. So if you want to win, the first thing you have to do is you have to stop dying one by one. You have to group up as a team. You have to actually make sure you're ready to use your fountain to save your laner, to save your jungler. And you have to make sure as a roam, like, I don't know why Derek's just going in to try to do damage. Maybe they say, you know what, game 1 was a loss. Our strategy was to get a super early lead. Let's just finish this game quickly in the favor of the other team. But a lot of question marks kind of come up for me here. Like, I'm not really sure what their goals were. They played super sloppy in the late game. And honestly, for Phoenix Rain, they didn't really even have to try. They just kept pushing the turrets down and just finished it. Like 15-minute, 27-second game, pretty fast.
Yeah, and again, huge credit to Xenotech on the Lance. Was constantly able to find that Taka whenever Taka would try and go in and just disrupt that engage. Even when the X-Retsu came out, like, it was almost immediately Taka getting either rooted or stunned and unable to follow up or unable to escape. Because so much of that Crystal Taka is you go in, do your burst, get out, wait for your cooldowns, which are very short, by the mid game, and then just jump in and do it again and try and get that assassination. But Taka was just never able to do it, and the Lance was a big part of that.
Yeah, Xenotech on the Lance was really solid. He played that carry Lance about as well as you can. Almost a perfect game, actually, for Team Phoenix, as they do let one kill happen right at the end. Of course, they are prioritizing winning the game at that point, not worrying about a perfect game record. Well, we are going to take a quick break and come back for game number 2 in just a few seconds, as game number 1... pretty one-sided there, but you make sure you guys tune in on this. I do suspect Noble Pro maybe getting some of the jitters out here and realizing, all right, they got to step it up. the Saw ban in place definitely takes away one of their strategies, so we'll see if they've got another one after this break.
Only $14.99.
Don't miss the call. Download Band. Communication made easy.
All right, everybody, we're back, and we're ready to get into game number 2. Team Phoenix versus Noble Pro. And, of course, the first match did end with almost a near-perfect matchup. Team Phoenix only giving up 1 death, no turrets, as they performed, that's pretty impressive counter, banning out the Saw. So the Saw counter, by just removing it in the draft with the bans, is the way to go. So looks like that will be Phoenix's strategy here going forward. We'll see if it persists as we get into game number 2. And with that, Tasty Bacon, onto the draft.
Yeah, we are getting right on into this one. We'll see. I expect the Saw to remain a staple ban here throughout. Obviously not by Noble, but by the side of Phoenix. But they're going to go ahead and take away the Taka. So, again, not really wanting their opponents to get an opportunity with that one. The Saw is going to be that ban, and then Kestrel first pick. They just left open Samuel and Lyra. This could be risky.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure I agree with that. Getting rid of the Taka, I mean, this will be our first game without him so far, so there's definitely a priority being put on this pick. That being said, it's up to Noble Pro to figure out how they want to draft on the side B side. I definitely do think Samuel is an incredibly powerful pick. Perhaps, maybe Noble Pro has been practicing something very specific into this, but they can't pick up the Finn into Samuel, which is what we've seen has been very popular. Now that Samuel has now slipped through 2 bans and 3 picks. I'm not sure I've ever seen Samuel go this far into the draft, to be honest.
Yeah, well, there's going to be the Lyra coming through, also left open, and also a very big power pick. Keep in mind, we're on patch 1.22, so before the 1.23 nerfs came to Samuel. This is Samuel at full power still. So it's very surprising. I mean, he's still not touched. How do you leave Samuel open this late? Samuel just made it all the way through?
I don't know. That's very strange to me. It wasn't like either comp was going against him specifically and their ban strategy either. I mean, we look at the side of Noble Pro, like Samuel into that kind of comp is great because they don't have any hard engage other than Portal. So I guess Phoenix Rain, they're going with this again because it worked in game 1. It's not the worst thing in the world. I mean, if Samuel slips through, you don't have to pick him up if you think the Adagio is going to be the better pickup for your team. If you like the damage output you were doing before, maybe they just think Noble Pro doesn't understand how to deal with the Adagio damage. But yeah, very curious to see. This is definitely not a draft I would have expected.
No, not at all. I mean, I have personally of the opinion that in 1.22, Samuel was the strongest hero on the patch. It was very close. Like you obviously have that S tier where there's like 3 to 4 heroes that reside in that S tier, and I think Samuel was just like a slight step above all of them. But I mean, I guess if your opponent isn't going to pick the Samuel, well, then letting it through isn't that big of a deal.
Yeah, I guess not. We do see Lulu doing some some work here, trying to be able to farm underneath the pressure of Lyra. I like how he threw the heal out, got it onto Lyra, pulled his wave a little closer so he could have a bit safer farm. But yeah, I mean, this is a strategy that you have to use, right? Like, if Lyra's pressuring you, you just have to back up the turret. Adagio gets a really awesome tool in his kit against Lyra, though, to where he is able to splash heal if she's in the wave and try to pull his lane sooner so they can't stall it out. So that's definitely smart from Lulu to do. But yeah, I mean, it's okay. Like, you don't have to stand in lane. You just let them push you. You know, that's where Lyra's strength is anyway. So we'll have to see if they can continue doing that. First Impale does miss.
Yeah, Impale doesn't connect. Means there's not really going to be much follow-up on this skirmish, but they are going to continue trying to chase it down. And, you know, I always find it funny when you mention something like, you know, if the Lyra is harassing you type of thing. Well, it's more like if Lyra's in the game, because Lyra is always going to be looking to harass you in the lane. And so it's just kind of a fact of life that Lulu's going to have to deal with. But nice rotations here from Noble, recognizing that the entire team went down to shop. So now they have this opportunity to steal away these backs. Need to be careful. They're going to get found here. But the Bulwark is going to slow up Xenotech from getting back here. He's going to I believe he got one of those, but now they may look for this kill.
Yeah, looks like they're hunting for that kill. Adagio is going to go in for this side. I actually don't think Xeno got either. The first one died before he used his boots, and then his Impale came after, or a little bit early. I'm a little surprised he spent so much time auto-attacking Lyra instead of just walking up straight for the farm. The Bright Bulwark was down. Definitely would have been a bigger value to them to do that. That being said, we do get a successful rotation out of Adagio to be able to go and take their backs. So everything kind of breaks even a little bit there. We still see slight gold lead coming out of the side of Rain as Lyra gets rooted.
Yeah, rooted and slowed repeatedly, and that will be the first kill of the game, going the way of Phoenix. Now, let's see if they can make anything else happen off that. Not really going to be many opportunities, as the jungle isn't really spawned over on the blue side of the map, so they get a little bit of damage in on their opponents and just kind of back away. Gold not really going to be swinging one way or the other by too much. It actually is a slight lead over on the side of Noble because of that early invasion that they were able to pull off. So things just kind of resetting for now.
Yeah, I definitely think we have a scout trap now in the lane on the side of Phoenix range, so that's going to really keep their vision set. They won't probably have any of these sneaky rotations coming through that they're unaware of. The only question there obviously would have just been all three of them rotating down without having really any vision in the lane, knowing that they potentially could push over. But they probably saved that wound. It doesn't look like it'll probably happen again as long as they keep this forward pressure out. Impale does come short of Celeste. That's okay, though, because no one else is really in danger of dying. Very hard to kill Finn and Lance at this point in the game. Nobody really has the damage on the side of Noble Pro to really cut
A little bit
them.
of an understatement.
It's a little bit. Fly companies, get the end walls. I mean, it's about as much defense as you can possibly get. Lyra doing the solo shop thing, not usually advised. Also loses vision in the tri-bush. That's actually a big deal. Losing scout traps at this point of the game is pretty detrimental. It's actually a pretty heavy investment from the roam at this point because you're definitely skipping out on your fountain timings, buying multiple scouts, trying to get vision down. It's good, but if they get popped and you get killed, it's pretty bad. Like there's not much like worse things that can happen as a roamer as you're trying to lay down that vision. So Lyra should be in lane a little bit more too. Like while she's down there shopping, I'm not sure. Like go up to lane, help the Celeste push out Adagio all the way back to the turret, then rotate down as a trio. So a couple of questionable things coming out of the side of Noble Pro here. Nothing that's putting them in a deficit they can't come back from, but in 5 minutes, 1,200 gold lead or so. That's actually pretty big at this point of the game.
Yeah, I mean, early on, those gold leads have more meaning behind them because there isn't as much gold available on the fold. So if you're able to take that gold away, if you have a gold lead early in the game within the first 8 minutes or so, that's gold that you have denied your opponent, gold that you have stolen away from your opponents. And it's going to be perhaps increasing here as they look for some solid damage on that turret. Xenotech actually does come through and is going to be able to prevent that push from going any heavier for Noble. But are they going to look for a fight now? Xenotech, well, they had feelings that the rest of the team was still there, and now they're going on in, but Xeno will be taking way too much damage. Goes down in the process. Lulu going to try and turn things around a little bit with Roasted Potato, but also very much focusing on trying to make sure that they pick up the farm.
Yeah, there's a few misplays that led to this actually happening. Roasted Potato had flare. She didn't use it for the bush. There's no reason not to use it. If you assume they're in there, just go ahead and flare it out and get the vision that you need. Another thing is that Xenotech accidentally activated his boots in jungle prior to the engage even happening, so he has no escape once he Ooh! Well, not respecting the Celeste ultimate there. Solar Storm sealing the fate of Lulu once again, holding on to Fountain for no particular reason. Lyra doing an overstay, Celeste doing an overstay. A little sloppy here in the middle of the game, but each team kind of picking up a kill here and there. But what I was saying before was simply just because he used the boots. If you roll into a bush blind, you don't have flare to point it out. You don't have an escape to get back out once combat rolls down. Mm-hmm. The good thing, though, coming from the side of Phoenix Rain here is that they were able to capitalize once again on just overstay and mispositioning coming out of Derek on this roam. And then, of course, Hideous was just an unfortunate consequence, it seemed like, from that impale.
Yeah, and well, the gold mine going to be going over to the side of Phoenix. Is going to get this gold lead back up to about 1,000. So, props to Noble Pro. They had actually closed that gap. That had started to form quite well. They had the gold pretty much even. And now it's going to have to be another little climb to get it back even once again. That turret is going to be a very high priority, it feels, from Noble. They've been putting a lot of emphasis into the lane the last couple minutes, really trying to get it pushed in and trying to set Lulu back a couple of steps in the lane. We'll see. Everyone is in the lane now. They could be looking for a potential fight.
Yeah, I mean, we can see that Noble actually hasn't been doing too bad for themselves for the past 3 minutes. The gold lead has actually been exactly the same since minute 5 in the game, so that's kind of messy lane team fight.
That's a big engage there from Derek. Can they find the damage? The Solar Storm goes out, doesn't really find enough for a kill, but well, it looks like there is going to be a full retreat here. Xenotech going forward, but they're really trying to focus onto Lulu. The fountain does come out, held very long time from Roast Potato. And it means that they're going to get a ton of healing, and then they can re-engage. 1 kill going over. There's no impale from the Xenotech, though. If that impale was up, that would have been a huge opportunity for at least 1 more kill. Said 1 shot comes out. Still no kills being found on the side of Noble, but they have a couple of very low health bars. Theirs are very low as well. Not much energy remaining in the tanks either, so they're going to have to just retreat. And well, now Vainglorious is going to make sure to get at least 1 of these treants, and looks like that will be the end of that aggression.
Yeah, I mean, the Lyra Portal end definitely was a bit surprising. I was not actually expecting them to engage right there. I don't really feel like they're in a position to do so. Just because of the nature of the comp of Lance and Finn, portaling in and dropping Bright Bulwark actually isn't very good for you, because Githian Walls, Quibbles, Polite Company, none of these things Bright Bulwark actually stops. If only anything, it's just purely damage and impale, so I'm not really sure the engage there, what it was for. I like the poke they're doing now, though. I think that's what they should be doing, is just throwing that poke out. Nice reflex block for that Force Support.
Yeah, the reflex block is going to be incredibly important, especially with Finn on the opposition. Ooh, those glimmer shots coming so close to finding a kill. Not quite. Xenotech is going to impale. Only hits minions, but he does get stunned up for his troubles. Now it's going to be the turret going down. Can Vainglorious make this play happen? Derek, again, the target gets dropped very low. Vainglorious going in will fall. So that's the first kill of the fight. Derek will actually get onto the backlines with that portal and find a kill. However, he gets traded out. Xenotech, nice block from Hideous, but does not get the stun. Xenotech will get the ace, and the ace from the healing was able to get him far enough away from the turret to not go down. So now the turret's just going to get traded right back, even though it was a great job by Noble to push in, get enough damage and pressure onto that turret to take it down. Just that little bit of over-aggression, that little bit of overstaying causes them to get aced and just give that turret right back.
I'd like to, I want to give Xenotech credit for dodging that core collapse on purpose. I definitely think it was pretty close timing. It looked like he wanted to do the combat roll for the bonus damage anyway, but it just ended up working out perfectly there for him. Combat rolling over that core collapse, getting the kill. A bit of a bone to pick with the side of Noble Pro. Whoop. After Celeste gets annihilated. Definitely an overextension there. You don't have vision down. Your jungle's away from you. You can throw a heliogenesis in the bush to really get that vision out there if you want to. But yeah, just choosing to farm and lane kind of blindly instead. But what I was going to say is the poke damage that they're doing is actually the strength of their comp. The mistake that they seem to make is once Finn's Forced Accord came out, Kestrel went around for a rotation. I don't really feel like she had to. They could have just taken the turret safely and backed out and then, shopped, set up vision, cleared scout traps or whatever they needed to do at the time or they thought was important. But yeah, it was really confusing why when Forced Accord came out, they felt like they weren't strong enough to push. Like we definitely saw Phoenix Rain posturing way behind the turret. Turret was already really low, but that long extended engage definitely pretty unfortunate for them. Roasted Potato really holding on to these fountains a long time. It cost them a kill earlier on their side of their team. In that specific instance, though, definitely baited out the enemy team into thinking it was no longer available. We also saw a pretty fortunate heal come out. Oh, as the Impale does miss.
Yeah, Impale doesn't hit, and Xenotech taking a lot of damage. There's going to be the full engage. Fountain does come out, but it doesn't do enough. Now the fountain is down. That means Potato and Lulu need to just run away and retreat from this one. A nice catch there by Noble, taking advantage of that Impale not connecting.
That was actually a really good portal into Bright Bulwark because Lance was getting really hurt, and his only way of escaping is... Oh, wow! Lulu trying to go off here.
Yeah, is going off pretty heavily on Vainglorious. The Solar Storm completely misses. One shot will sneak through, but the fortified health from Potato doing just enough to keep Lulu alive. That is very, very upsetting if you're on Noble Pro, knowing how close you were to getting that second kill. And if they find that kill onto the Adagio, that could very well have been this second turret going down.
Yeah, I mean, that fortified helped the self-heal, man. Like, just healed him up just enough so it wasn't quite the execute damage. Like, the number was big, but Adagio doesn't go down. It's pretty important for the side of Phoenix Rain. That would have given a ton of map control over to the side of Noble Pro. I definitely think Noble Pro feels a little more comfortable on this composition. Now that they finally made it a little bit further into the game. The beginning was a little bit rough for them, but they're understanding we have the poke comp. We need to just do that. Poke, poke, poke. I do think if Lyra tries to do these portal engages, that's actually a big mistake. Bulwark should be used to protect your team if an engage tries to come back on top of you. But with Celeste and Kestrel, you're not an engaged team. You shouldn't be going in unless it's specifically to secure a kill like they did with Lance earlier. They kept him from being able to combat roll away, were able to pick up that kill. I'm not really sure why they're conceding these gold mines, though. They're not as far behind maybe as they feel. They should be positioning forward. They have free vision and Imperial Sigil. They can check for gold mine. They can throw a flare. But yeah, right now they're playing very timidly on the back end. I'm not actually sure why. They definitely do way more damage, and they're much closer to being able to be successful at winning team fights than perhaps they realize. They're also infused as well. So interesting that they're playing so far back with infusions on top of them.
Yeah, definitely curious. Usually if a team picks up the infusions, it's a sign that they're going to be looking for fights, that they're going to be looking to be the ones going aggressive and trying to make the plays happen. And I mean, that kind of is where Noble Pro is at right now. Like, they need to be the ones to be making a play. They've been playing very defensively, very reactively, and now they're going to get engaged on. The Impale doesn't connect, though. However, Forced Accord will pull them all in, and the team completely splits. Daryl is down. Now they're going to be turning their attention onto Vainglorious. The Verse gets the stun, and Hideous, well, that's a 3-on-1, and that is not going to go the way of the Celeste. So an ace for the side of Phoenix, and like you mentioned, with infusions up, they still get aced. That just ruins your morale. You feel like that 500 gold was just completely wasted.
I mean, it was. It definitely was. I mean, one shot, one killed wasn't used. Reflex on Celeste wasn't used. Fountain wasn't used. Portal wasn't used. There were so many things that Noble Pro just didn't use in that team fight. I'm not really. Oh, well, I think Portal was actually on cooldown. No, yeah, she used Bright Bulwark, but Portal was not. Portal wasn't used, but she didn't use Fountain either. So it looked like she was trying to survive, and she thought maybe she wouldn't get blown up. But at that point of the game, like, Fountain yourself can buy you some time and still trickle heal your allies, even if it's not for as much. It's better than just going down without using anything at all and kind of conceding the team fight. Once again, this is a triple poke comp that got split up in a linear direction where Celeste and Kestrel were on opposite sides of Lyra, stretched out through the lane. This is not how your comp works. Oh, Force the Cord is successful.
Yeah, Force the Cord gonna find the team. Daryl, again, very low, no Fountain used. And that's just kind of been a common trend here, it feels, in this game. There will be the stun onto Xenotech, but Kraken pushing in with just 2 members to defend. Again, Hideous on the Celeste has the potential to do a ton of damage, but these Helios are getting dodged constantly. Great movements from Lulu and Xeno. They're going to get in, find the fight as the turret goes down, and Kraken is still extremely healthy. Hideous will be falling here. The Vainglorious has respawned, but it shouldn't matter. This second turret is down. Kraken is still extremely healthy. Burst of Judgment going to get used, and I think Noble, they recognize that the game is up. They duck back to the Sanctuary, and they're still going to get killed after the game has finished, but a second win now in the books for Phoenix Rain. They are just 1 away from keeping their spot in the Evil 8.
Man, you know, I felt like Noble Pro was kind of pulling it together a little bit. I mean, looking at the item progression, they were so far behind. Like, we only had a Sorrow Blade completed on the side of Kestrel at almost 18 minutes. But, like, their triple poke comp is very potent. I actually like the idea of their draft being able just to pick off the front of the enemy line. But if you're separated a lot and you're not poking from the same direction, you're actually completely playing the comp stylistically different than how it should be. And it's kind of from, I don't know if that's on the shot caller for Noble Pro to change. I'm not sure if it's just individual mechanic mistakes that are coming out. We saw lots of fountains being missed and things like that. But Phoenix Rain just looks really comfortable in these challenge battles. Like, I would have thought these games would have been way closer than what they were, simply just because Phoenix Rain's performance wasn't that, like, top notch in the Evil 8. But they're coming into these matches looking really relaxed. They understand how their comp works. They're using fin pulls successfully, roasted potatoes, holding on to fountains, successfully using them to bait the enemy team in for long team fights that their fountain was, expelled quite a few many seconds before. So tough games coming out of the side of Noble Pro. But Phoenix Rain looking strong, looking to hold their spot here in the Evil 8.
Yeah, just 1 more game for them, and they will retain. So over on the side of Noble Pro, they're going to have to figure something out, much like the side of Nemesis Titan had to when their situation came up. But unfortunately, Nemesis Titan was unable to do so and went down 3-0. Noble Pro going to be trying to avoid that fate.
Yeah, I mean, it really feels bad when you can win the CS war the way that Noble Pro did. I mean, they were 10 lead in the lane, 20 CS lead in the jungle, and still it felt like it was Phoenix's game the entire time. So that's always a challenge. That's something that, you don't want to let happen. And, again, Phoenix comfortable with this hero comp. I think as we get into game number 3, we will expect to see something change from the bans on how they're approaching Team Phoenix here, as Phoenix has been left to kind of do the same thing with no problem. We're going to take a quick break, and when we return, we'll be getting you guys into game number 3. Can Phoenix take it and put this away, or can Noble Pro make a final stand? We'll find out in just a few minutes.
Only $14.99.
Don't miss the call. Download Band. Communication made easy.
All right, everybody, we're back. Getting ready for game number 3. We are in the second series of today, and it's Team Phoenix versus Noble Pro. We're going on to game number 3. It's a best of 5, but with 2 games up, Team Phoenix looking really strong. Noble Pro is probably going to be with their backs up against the wall in a dire situation. I'm here joined with Fuji and Tasty Bacon, breaking down these games, looking at the second draft. 2 games in a row, Fuji. Phoenix has been able to play exactly the same comp. The way they want it, how they want it. Something's got to change. What, if you're on Noble Pro side, should they do to kind of make that change happen?
I think it's just as simple as recognizing that they're up against a high caliber team that's going to play very coordinated, and Phoenix Rain has been playing together for some time and against other skilled teams, so they understand the importance of sticking together and playing to their strengths, their power spikes, and their cooldowns. And it just kind of seems like Noble Pro is like each player is kind of just doing their own thing. Like they came together one time in the last game, and they actually got a pick on Xenotech, a really good Portal and Bright Bulwark. We're able to take him down, kind of put pressure on the turret or whatnot afterwards. But that was kind of it. The rest of it was them kind of all looking to do their own thing. And they can't do that. Like, they have to come together. When you're up against a Lance Finn Adagio combo, that whole comp is all about sticking together, pulling you in, protecting the Adagio. If you split up as a poke comp, you're going to get picked off and killed like almost instantly. So they just need to shake it off. Just realize that their draft wasn't bad. Their draft was good. They had options. They had windows of opportunity to execute. They just have to actually do it.
All right, well, into the draft we go, and Tasty Bacon, looks like the first ban pick has taken place.
Yep, the Saw once again going to be taken away. Hiddy is not going to get a chance to get his hands on that hero. The Adagio will be the ban choice this time. So, in game 2, we were talking about, maybe the Sammy wasn't picked up because Phoenix felt that Noble didn't know how to deal with the Adagio. Looks like that may have been the case.
Yeah, I mean, the Adagio ban and the Lance first pick is actually the smartest adaptation coming out of the draft situations that I've seen so far. It's them saying, like, sure, there are priorities, but these picks have given us a tough time, like 2 games in a row. So we're actually going to ban one of them and take the other one. And that's really smart. It at least forces Phoenix Rain to play something they either haven't played yet or come in game 3 on a hero maybe they're not so warmed up on. I think it's a big mistake if a team wins 2 in a row to give them a third game on heroes they've already played twice. Very different draft coming in here, though, with that mentality being stated. The Sky and the Taka, a lot of mobility on the side of Noble Pro here, could make some plays. Like, they like the style where they're all on their own, kind of doing their own thing. This is the draft to have that style with.
Yeah, absolutely is. I mean, there's definitely a lot of aggression to be coming out from the side of Noble with this draft. And we'll see. They broke up the Finn Lance combo that had been terrorizing them for the first 2 games. We'll see if that's enough for them to pull out a victory.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think with Taka being able to go in and focus on a target and Sky as well, it's going to come down really heavily to this Roam Lance to be able to land impales on whoever the duo is. Most likely we'll see Taka go off. Most likely we'll see a taco and a burrito at some point.
You can tell that you're on Art of the Throw.
Oh my god, I just gave it all away. Oh my goodness. We'll see the taco dive in. We'll see the Taka dive in and essentially go for one target. It'll really just be up to who does Lance pair with. Does he go with the Sky to try to lock someone down, or does he go with the Taka? We'll have to wait and see. Celeste, doing
not
some work.
an ideal situation there for Hideous. I mean,
Sky should not die to Celeste level 1. It should be the other way around.
Yeah, it was a lot of minion damage, actually. It was what ended up taking the kill at the end of the day, but we do see Daryl coming on in with that Lance, and not really going to be finding much, just kind of holding this lane, trying to freeze it for when Hideous gets back into it. And so, well, one kill early on, not the end of the world, not actually even going to really have much impact on the game as a whole. As you can see, though, Hideous not doing too hot with the that first wave of farm, is only going to have 5 to the 9 of Lulu.
Yeah, he did miss a couple of big minions there too, which is pretty unfortunate. Celeste having a much bigger wave here, kind of stacking up, coming back in her direction, which is exactly what she wants. Hopefully she doesn't miss too much here. Looks like this minion wave is stalled out a little bit in this one little comfort spot here. But yeah, like you just definitely early game, it's so risky to fight when your lane wave is stacking, especially if you haven't killed the big minion on the enemy side yet. The amount of damage you're going to take in returns is going to be way more substantial.
Yeah, well, they're going to be going in onto this one. You'd say 2-on-3, and Daryl is quickly realizing that, as it is another kill going over to the side of Phoenix.
Yep, I mean, that feels good for Phoenix. Once again, starting the game off on the right foot for themselves. Lulu gets the solo kill in lane level 1. They get a gank successful on the Roamer, one of the harder people to kill early game, in Lance, allowing them to continue to put pressure. You see Roasted Potato constantly being able to position forward, making sure Celeste gets a safe farm uninhibited. So this is definitely a really good start for them. Taka does get both of the fronts there. Small victory. You definitely need those. I mean, if you're on Noble Pro, every tiny victory you have is a way to mentally get back into this game 3. Because this is it. Like, if you don't make it, if you don't make the turnaround here, you don't get another shot.
Yeah, and the Taka is going to be finding that first, trying to get the engagements, is going for the Stormguard banner first item. We'll see if it ends up being the Storm Crown completed first, but now some weapon blades are going to be coming in. So the item progression, it's with this build, we've seen many variations on this Tension Crown build. You know, there's a crystal version of it, there's a Sorrow Blade version of it, there's which item you buy first. It kind of, everyone sort of does it differently. Vainglorious, we'll see how they decide to run it. Very nice dodging of abilities there. Is not going to get either of those forwards, though. Xenotech returning the favor on those steals, but the jungle is sort of the kind of saving grace for them at this point, mentally at least, because Lance went down in the gank, Hideous went down in that 1v1, just kind of sets them back a bit in mentally, but they at least can have Vaingloria say, hey guys, it's okay, I'm still doing perfectly fine in the jungle, and well, that's going to be another kill going through. That time it was onto Hideous in the backs, though. Was looking to make those steals, but got caught.
Yeah, I mean, Sky at least does get both of the back doubles once again. If you're going to make the rotation, at least she does get something for it. Obviously feels much worse if you go all the way into the enemy territory and get nothing. Definitely a good thing, though, if Lulu Zoo is just sitting back in lane while her team is taking care of business in the jungle, not looking to get caught out moving forward. Some mistakes we've seen made laners thus far is just being a little too aggressive without anyone there to help back them up. Lulu playing for the long game, trying to play smart. They know this is all they need to do to retain their spot in the Evil 8 for the next split, so definitely trying to play coordinated and calculated. Those Glimmer shots taking some massive health off the Sky.
Yeah, massive health chunks, and that's going to force the Sky to have to play very cautiously now under this turret. You can see the side of Phoenix. They're onto this Taka. Taka's going to actually take one of the forwards. Needs to be careful, though. Is aware that he's being collapsed on. A lot of damage being done to Xenotech, but the fountain comes through. The Glimmer shot finds the boxed up Taka, and well, now Vainglorious just has to try and either escape or go for the farm. Is choosing to actually fight, and well, that's going to accomplish neither of the two options of having a positive trade.
Yeah, I like the fountain use there by Roasted Potato. She used it pretty early just to make sure Xenotech was capped off, so Taka didn't have a chance to turn and like burst her before Fountain had a chance to get the heal off. So definitely a good secure there on the kill. Also securing some of the farm. Once again, Taka trying to get what he can, but not really having the effect he wants to have. Lance is mainly feeling like he's forced to stay in lane now because Sky was being pressured so heavily that Lance doesn't really feel like he can give Sky any space. Has to stay up there to just protect her against the Celeste. I do think that the Lance does need to try to make some rotations with this Taka, though, because if you don't put the Kestrel behind, Kestrel's going to scale just as hard as Celeste will into the late game, and you can't really optimize against both of these picks. You can't build like a Metal Jacket and an Aegis and still have enough damage to cut through the Finn by the time mid to late game hits. So we're definitely going to need to see a focus coming out of the side of Noble Pro to take down one of these carries as quickly as possible. Because if you do let one of them stay alive for too long, Broken Myth Breaking Point stacks, it's a lot of stacks.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot of stacks to be found. And, well, I mean, 4-0 on the scoreboard. Definitely an early edge to Phoenix here in game number 3. As they look to close out this series, they're going to be looking to keep Vainglorious out of their jungle. They're doing a good job of that so far. And, well, the opportunity to try and steal the gold away just isn't there. Vainglorious is sitting at 43 CS to the same number over for Xenotech, so has at least been able to, again, keep up the farm in the jungle, keep things even. But when your laner is falling behind, it's actually very even in CS in the lane, so it's really just those kills. But it when it feels like your laner is falling behind, I guess would be the better way to word it. You know, you want your jungler to feel like they're actually ahead. Otherwise, it can, again, damage your moral, damage the mental aspect. And a lot of Vainglory is actually that mental aspect. That mental game is so important.
Yeah, it's important. It's also important to make sure you click the hero when you Xretsu, not the minion. That's equally important as Taka goes in, tried to make the play, doesn't do so quite successfully. We do see a re-engage here from the side of Phoenix.
Yeah, Phoenix looking to now get in. Vainglory's gets some good damage onto that turret, but is now going to get stunned up. Does get out of there, though, with that Kaku. The one-shot and Solar Storm both going to not hit their marks. So Taka is able to get out, and well, so is the entirety Noble. But oh, the Lance goes in. They find Xenotech. They take him down. Can they now turn this on to Lulu as well? Definitely Vainglorious looking for it. Has plenty of damage. Fountain does come out. Oh, but the Impale gets stopped as the kill comes through, and now it is a double kill for Lulu. Definitely an impressive play there.
Yeah, honestly, I think the engage from Noble Pro probably happened because they just assumed Fountain had been used, but Roasted Potato did not use it for Xenotech. Didn't even come close. Ooh, standing in the death from above there. I need to be careful here. Sky still does have some damage output coming through, but the Fountain actually ended up being a pretty good benefit that they didn't use it. Obviously, it probably would have been better to use it to save Xenotech's life, but that being said, it wasn't noticed to not be on cooldown. So they do pick up a couple of extra kills there on in the dive attempt. Nice, polite company to pull Taka back into the Heliogenesis as well. So things continuing to just come together here for the side of Phoenix. Nothing really crazy happening to allow them to get these leads. Just solid, pretty clean play overall. Celeste staying in a pretty safe position. Really, it's just kind of up to this Taka to try to make something happen. Like right now, Taka's not being played how you want to play Taka. You don't want to just farm your jungle and go to the late game. That's not where Taka thrives. He thrives constantly making havoc in the enemy jungle, causing carries to have to be careful, causing the roam to pick between the laner or the jungler to really help support. Ooh, double impale coming through, though.
Right, double impale. There's going to be death from above, but it only lands onto the Finn. A beautiful Force to Cord will pull in both carries. Solar Storm going through them as well. Hideous is going to get out of there for now. We'll see if they try and follow this up. One shot not available, but a nice answer to those impales coming through by Phoenix.
Yeah, I mean, when you get an impale, like, the next thing is you kind of feel like, okay, that was good, right? Like, so next thing that happens is my team follows up with me and we go in. But Sky, Taka, they're not going to really do a ton of damage after the impale lands because there's no way to continue to really lock them up unless they're already right on top. We actually see Celeste getting the kill there on Lance, just being in the wrong place at the wrong time again.
That was so much damage onto Hideous with the one-shot, one kill, almost over half the health. Now they're going to be landing a couple of Helios, and this turret is not going to be lasting. A good push in by Phoenix. You can tell they really want this game. 8-1 on the kills, a 4,000 nearly gold lead. And now with that turret down, they're going to have the option to apply a lot of pressure.
Yeah, we need more aggression coming out of the side of Noble Pro right now. When Lance lands the impales, your team has to be ready from the death from above. They have to be ready to be able to go in and dive. You cannot hesitate. You can't leave him there. With Celeste and Kestrel in the front line, Lance can't survive through both elements of their damage that quick, as we have another team fight engagement happening.
Yeah, they're jumping again onto Daryl. Now Xenotech, though, is going to be in trouble as Vainglorious is getting some good output onto him. Will find that kill. Daryl somehow staying alive. Needs to be careful. You don't want to re-engage as this Lance. He's done this mistake a couple of times. Is going to go in for it. Misses the impale. Doesn't pay for it, though, as they are going to be now looking for Taka. Vainglorious is so low, but they just don't have the tools to finish off those kills.
Yeah, we're seeing Skye have a pretty hard time finding the right angle to fight. She did get a pretty good Suri strike off, which actually ticked for the last little bit of help there coming from Xenotech on the top of the retreat, but not really able to find the forward barrages she needs through the targets. It makes me wonder if perhaps the Shatter Glass might have been a little bit ill-advised versus going for something like a Broken Myth first into Frostburn or Eve, just to kind of slow some of the progressive movement coming out of the Celeste and Kestrel. If she can start aiming her forward barrages correctly and landing them without having any of the slows applied, it's pretty good. But it just has so much more synergy with your team. Like, if you're able to slow people down, it makes it easy for Taka to stick to them. It makes it easier for Lance to land his impales. But right now, they don't really have any slowing mechanisms, so Celeste and Kestrel are feeling pretty safe as long as they just stick around the fin. Other than impale landing, there's really not another engage priority. I mean, Taka can kind of throw his body into the wind, but he didn't really put the enemy behind in the early game, right? So Taka's not very effective at singling out and killing someone right now, especially with Polite Company coming right after your Ixretsu.
Yeah, I feel like the Taka at this point is mostly just looking to try and stick on someone once the fight really breaks in. Nice job there by the side of Noble, though, to recognize the situation. The gold mine was being taken. They had vision of it, so they said, okay, we'll go ahead and shove this turret in and just match that gold payout with 300 gold going into each of our pockets as well. It's a very smart rotation there. Now we'll see Vainglorious can get found by Kestrel. Is going to be able to get out for now. Actually going to find the rest of the team. Nice impale onto Lulu. That's going to be finally a great angle for Hideous, and it takes Lulu so low, but they just can't find the kills. Now they're going to try and re-engage, but all of them are starting to really fall. Xenotech is on a sliver of health and will survive. They take down Taka. Oh my goodness. The side of Noble just coming so close to getting these kills, but just not finishing them off.
Yeah, they're having a hard time really focusing the same target. Taka's not really able to solo anyone out right now, and if Skye gets the right angle, she does a ton of damage, but holding and maintaining that's proving to be fairly difficult for her right now, simply just because Lance is not really locking anyone down at the moment. They did get a good impale right in the beginning, but it wasn't quite at the angle that would have been ideal for them, just simply because they were still kind of arriving to the team fight situation. So if the impale comes out early and lands, you do have quite a bit of cooldown before it's ready again. And then once it's ready again, landing the second one becomes a lot of times much more difficult because you don't have the surprise tactic. Not everyone's retreating in a straight line at that point. So we do see Xenotech moving around the team fight with some pretty good prowess there, getting his auto attacks off, staying alive, using his boots and reflex real quick at the very end just to make sure he didn't take an accidental sneeze worth of damage, because that's all it would have taken. But yeah, definitely a little bit better fight coming out of the side of Noble Pro this game. Once they actually get into the team fights, though, and they're not kind of scrapping with some of these one-off picks from Skye or Taka, they are still struggling to really nail down a single target focus. I don't know if this build coming out of Taka is enough damage for them to have separate team fights essentially happening at the same time. So we'll have to see if they adjust or if they think it's quite enough as they go in again for another one.
Yeah, Kraken's being started. A nice death from above, and Lulu is going to still be alive. Finally does fall, but now Xenotech has gotten the Taka down low. Hideous, though, still extremely healthy on the back lines and, well, jumping into the front lines. And now they find Roasted Potato going to resist the roots, but it does still slow and silence. And finally, an ace going to be going over. And again, when Hideous finds the angle and then Taka follows up on that exact same target, that is the fights that Noble Pro can win. Vainglorious being patient there and waiting to see which target Hideous is going to get that damage on and then jumping in. That's the key.
Yeah, that was a big turnaround fight for them. I mean, I have to question why Celeste is close enough to get Githian walled back on the other side of Death from Above next to Taka to begin with. Like, positioning coming out of Lulu there was very, very rough. We also saw Crucible was not used at all during that team fight to try to thwart either an Impale or some of the damage coming out of the side of Noble Pro. So, a couple of missteps from Phoenix. They can't get lazy. This team will still perform in the late game, especially with Sky. Hideous does play a pretty good late game carry, so they need to be careful about this push.
And Vainglorious jumping in under the turret. Another death from above is going to land onto Lulu. That's lots of damage. They have that Kraken under the turret, so the turret shots are slowed up slightly. Vainglorious, though, is in some serious trouble. So they are going to have to recall out of this. Now Hideous could be the one. The fountain does go out, but it doesn't seem to matter. Xenotech finds that kill, and now the rest of the team can follow in. Vainglorious is down. Kraken still pushing in. They're going to turn around and deal with that, so it won't be an ace. Ace wouldn't have been terribly important there either anyway, because and when Kraken is on the map, there are no minions spawning to get that buff. But another good fight for Phoenix, answering after that ace that they just ate.
Yeah, that was a pretty good hold by the side of Rain. You saw some hesitation on what decisions they wanted to make in terms of do they focus Kraken or do they focus a team member on the side of Noble together? Do they split their focus? But once they finally kind of re-engaged, Xenotech actually made a lot of work happen there. He had a pretty good active camouflage that Hideous didn't see. So when he Striked up to the northern part of the map, Xenotech was actually there invisible, just kind of waiting to put out some damage on him. That being said, they did use their advantage in Kraken to get a lot of vision down on the map, which is really positive for the side of Noble. So if they're looking to make a comeback in the game, some of this vision being down will definitely give them a lot of information. I think some of the most underused scout traps in the game are one in the lane. A lot of times jungle is kind of the only focus, but scout traps next to enemy turrets that are already exploded are really good for giving you information on laners returning from shopping or just kind of moving through that area of the map, which teams generally seem to feel is safer. So we'll have to see if this vision gives them an edge. If Noble Pro continues to fight on this side of the map, vision doesn't really count for as much. But I definitely do like the fact that Phoenix Rain is saying, we're not afraid of the fact that you guys pushed us to our base. We're going to still try to keep this front pressure on.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of gold going over to Noble with all those turrets getting destroyed, and you can see in the scoreboard it's sitting at just under a 3,000 gold lead in favor of Phoenix still. Xenotech, Roasted Potato, and Lulu going to be looking for perhaps an opportunity here. Daryl still looking to hit level 12. That should be coming out pretty soon, is over halfway there. Everyone else on the map has hit that max level, so slight advantage in that sense, going over to the side of Phoenix. One shot, one kill, going to get thrown out. Doesn't find anyone. Lots of vision. Again, that vision game is so crucial to both of these teams, just constantly trying to put down traps, sending out flares. Kraken going to be started up again. The Impale does not connect, though, and Hideous is taken so low right off the bat. Now they can turn their attention onto Vainglorious if they'd like to. Kraken still being involved. Let's see, they're going to be, well, mostly retreated. Vainglorious has to dodge the opposite way thanks to that core collapse. The zoning core collapse will find a kill, and, well, the side of Phoenix, they said we took care of one, let's just immediately start this Kraken again. And I don't think Hideous or Daryl are going to be able to get there in time to stop this.
Yeah, that was a pretty clutch move. Xenotech being able to camouflage away from the Impale there. That Impale was probably not what he wanted to do. I'm assuming he probably just had the skill like lit up, ready to use it, but accidentally used it down. Lance is going to get punished even harder than normal for missing his Impale that time. So, yeah, like this was definitely a pretty decent engage from the side of Noble, but just couldn't find the target they wanted. Sky got core collapsed and stunned back to back from camouflage. Like it was just a little bit of a messy engage. I definitely think they can spend more time poking. Sky doesn't have to get her auto lock on in order to do damage. So if you're coming in from that much of an angle, you can just poke, try to push some people out, try to find the Kestrel out of her camouflage. But yeah, just a pretty clean fight, like you said. Nice zoning from the core collapse and a flare in the bush to spot the Taka on the escape path. And now it's just a Kraken and 3 members trying to bear down on this base, looking to seal their deal in the Evil 8.
Yeah, they're looking to maintain their spot. Hideous is going to be looking for that backline damage. Gets some good shots on the Xenotech, but then Real Potatoes blocking it out. Solar Storm going through. Xenotech is going to be the first one to fall, but there goes Hideous. And Kraken is still very healthy and working on these turrets. Daryl is going to not quite go down. Gets onto the Sanctuary. Nice block by Vainglorious, keeping himself from getting pulled in by the Polite Company. But the first turret is down. There's a lot of damage still coming through. Lulu low on energy, but not low enough. There's a nice flare to spot the Taka, and that should be the game. Daryl, as a roamer, not going to be doing anywhere near enough to stop this Kraken push, and Phoenix Rain in a 3-0 set will maintain their position in the Evil 8. Congratulations to them.
Yeah, very convincing convincing win there. A little iffy in the mid to late there as we were transitioning. Definitely a really good team fight, good opportunity for Noble Pro to come back into it. Couldn't quite pull it off though. Definitely some, after that kind of mess up team fight next to Kraken, a couple of unfortunate things like Lance going down, trying to steal. I think when you have a bit of turrets and you get all those bounties, I don't think you need to feel forced to steal the Kraken. It's actually better just to wait for your teams to respawn and then fight 3v3 early as Kraken's pushing in versus letting Kraken take your turret down and get all the way into your base before you even respawn. The only thing that even made the last team fight potentially close was the fact that the Roasted Potato held her Crucible and Fountain a little too long, wasn't able to heal up Xenotech with those. But thankfully, they killed Sky at the same time. And, just Finn and Celeste versus the Taka with that kind of build, you're not going to take her down. So definitely a nice closeout from the side of Team Phoenix there, earning their spot back into Split 2.
Yeah, and I mean, for Noble, definitely, they looked better as the series went on. If it was a best of 7, maybe they turn around game number 4, but unfortunately, it's only the best of 5 for them, so they are going to have to wait until next split to try and get into the Evil 8 once more. It's definitely still, again, lots of good signs from them. Unfortunately, just not able to overcome their Evil 8 opponents here today. However, that is only the second of 3 challenge battles that we have today, and this last one, it could potentially be the biggest one that we have ever had.
Yes, everybody, it is going to be Cloud9, one of the probably biggest names to be in a challenge battle, short of Gangstar, I suppose. This is a big brand, well known, and they have there's all their stakes on the line to basically, they want to make it to Worlds, let alone just stay in the Evil 8. So the first step here is make it into the challenge battles and win your matches. So, great matches we just saw. Phoenix with the victory, 3-0. A lot of 3-0s, although one was a challenge team making it up, the other one's not. Definitely hats off to Noble Pro. That last match specifically was very close. I actually thought Noble might have had it. They played phenomenally well. Just 1 or 2 missteps along the way. But we're going to take a quick break, everybody. This is going to be a little bit longer break, about a 2 minutes extra longer break, just so everybody here on the casters and the staff can take a few seconds to drink, and take care of business, and then we will get you guys right back into it for our next series. It's Cloud9 versus Team Enix.
Only $14.99.
Don't miss the call. Download Band. Communication made easy.
Hey everybody, welcome back. We are getting ready for the final series of tonight, and it's a doozy. Cloud9 going up against challenger team Enix. Enix, pulling the shorter straw, coming in third place in the challenge battles this past week, and they now must face up against Cloud9, who is considered, the top of the three teams that are in the Evil 8, although definitely having their moments of struggle in the Evil 8. We're seeing them, kind of missing some of these important matches as far as matchups and not performing as maybe up to their level and expectation that maybe others have for them as well. But here they are. They have a chance to get back into the Evil 8 and set it right, or they may give what will be probably one of the biggest upsets in any challenge battle to date. and that would be to fall to a challenger team, Team Enix. Although not to discredit Team Enix and what they've accomplished, definitely a strong team that's looked very impressive, but they definitely have their work cut out for them going up against Team Cloud9. Fuji
well,
and
especially Cloud9 with I Love Joseph on it too.
Yes.
Which it looks like we'll see today.
Yeah, so that's been kind of the story, right, Fuji? Is we've been seeing Cloud9 with Gabe Vizzle. It's kind of been on a transition, something a little different, and it hasn't worked out too well. Maybe that is something we won't see going forward.
Yeah, I mean, I guess as transparent as at least from my perspective, Cloud9 has one of two, they've won their games in one of two ways over the Evil 8 seasons so far, and that's been either hard carrying from jungle on Joseph, with Lost Boy kind of being a bit of a pillar for the team, or Hardek carrying late game on certain picks, specifically like Kestrel, or even throwing in a Ringo or something in the past, right? Or these are picks that suit him pretty well. What Cloud9 has been doing through the last split, though, with Gabe coming on, he's not the hard carry that they were used to in Joseph, and when Hardek was playing mages throughout the season, he was underperforming on those, and they just weren't able to come back. We actually saw them take a game off of Sirius the last weekend when they had Joseph in, specifically on the Kroll for game one. Sirius kind of figured him out for the next game after that, but they definitely have more promise, I think, with Joseph. Just more time with the roster, and they're kind of used to this dichotomy of either one or the other carries the game at some point, and they just weren't finding that with Gabe.
Yeah, it's just a transition, possibly. It's something that has not worked out the way they anticipated. And ultimately, what we've seen is it does appear to be a weaker Cloud9. They, had some strength. They looked pretty strong going in from last season under the banner of Nemesis Hydra. But this time, it's not been the same. And with I Love Joseph's return, I agree with you, Fuji. He is that hard carry, and it changes the pace of the game. It changes how you play, your style. And, to all fairness, Hardek's probably used to that. You get used to a certain way of playing, a certain style of playing, that it does appear just wasn't working out for them with Gabe Vizzle. That being said, it's not clear why I Love Joseph is playing today versus Gabe Vizzle. There could be many reasons for that, but either or doesn't matter, because this is where we're at. And with all the players into the queue, just waiting for one last check, and there we go. We should be ready to start the draft.
Game 1 of Series 3. This is such an important series. I still can't believe Cloud9's even playing in the challenge battle, to be honest. So, Enix, while they might have a bit of a hill in front of them, I mean, this is quite the challenge, right? This is where you really test your mettle. I mean, if you can take a couple of games off of C9, potentially even remove them from Evil 8, definitely puts a lot of thoughts into Cloud9 as an organization as they move forward into future seasons themselves. So a lot riding on these games here today.
Yeah, and you can't be intimidated just because you have to go up against Cloud9 in the challenge battles. And we've heard players say it before at live events. They don't really mind who they get drawn into in the first day or two, because if you're gonna be the best, you have to beat everyone else. It doesn't really matter when you play a certain team. If you want to win, you have to play them eventually. So it's for Enix, if they want to have that opportunity to go to Worlds, they're going to have to beat Cloud9 somewhere along the lines, even if Cloud9 wasn't in the challenge battles.
Yeah, no, this is very true, and this is going to be the day where it's decided. We do see the Finn ban and the Samuel ban coming onto the table, a little bit more used to this kind of thing from NA. Samuel not sliding through the pick ban phase this time. With Lance as the first pickup on the side of Cloud9, this is a hero we have seen Lost Boy play quite often. Not something we generally see Joseph play, so I imagine something else for him coming out of the jungle. The Taka's takeaway, if you will, is probably a very smart move coming from the side of Enix here, simply just because you don't want Joseph on the Taka, arguably one of the best Takas in the world, known for making a lot of his plays on there. And really one of the heroes he carries the hardest with. So I think Taka should never end up on Joseph. Whether it's ban or pick, I think that should be their draft strategy for most of the games today.
Yeah, I mean, I Love Joseph can definitely play a large array of heroes, but the Tog is just definitely one that you really cannot allow him to get his hands on, because we've seen it happen multiple times where he gets that pick, and you mentioned one player or the other seems to carry on the side of Cloud9, and well, when Joseph has Taka, it's pretty much Joseph's going to be carrying, and so they are just going to be getting on into this one. The Taka over for Bruticus. Marto going to be running this Lyra. He's been a big fan of the Lyra. Has actually been throughout Challenger, been taking that pretty much whenever it's been available. And so we'll see if they can use these picks to get them the edge that they need to try and get into the Evil 8.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the draft and kind of how some of these teams are going to play out. So from the side of Enix, the Lyra really isn't going to be stopping too much with Bright Bulwark. It's mainly going to be a mobility thing to help Taka stay on top of the heroes that he wants to, or peeling off Lance from getting to the heroes he wants to get to. So it'll be interesting to see how Marto plays out this pick. That being said, if he's able to get some auto attacks and slows down on a target, Taka's going to have a pretty easy time getting over there. If you see the Lyra go straight to lane, though, C9 has an extremely strong jungle duo in this Lance and Kestrel, so you should certainly look to invade and steal a little bit like they're doing right now as much as you possibly can. Taka doesn't really have the fastest clear. So a couple of things for both teams to think about as they're going into this game. You got kind of mage wars happening in the lane. Nothing too exciting most likely going to be taking place up here, as both just want to farm and scale into the mid and late game.
Yeah, the late game is super important for both the Scarf and the Celeste, which, because of the fact that they want to just kind of sit there and farm for so long, I think that's actually why we might see some action in the lane, because they both obviously know that that's what their opponent wants to do. Both junglers are aware of this as well, so I'm expecting to actually see quite a few rotations up to the lane from both sides of the map.
And to be completely transparent, I'm not the most familiar with Bladeheart 92 as a laner, so how he stacks up versus Hardek late game will definitely be a testament to whether this team can go all the way for the series. Hardek, once again, we talk about this, not necessarily the strongest carry in this mage position. So if Bladeheart can, if Enix comes into this knowing that their best win conditions, probably making sure they can shut down some of the pressure coming out of the lane with Hardek on Celeste, that's going to be really important for them. Marto getting caught by himself in lane there is pretty unfortunate, though. He did get rooted, he did get Githian walled, and I'm pretty sure he got core collapse as well, so it's kind of hard to get away from all of that.
Yeah, it's definitely not the easiest of things to accomplish, but Lost Boy going to be eating a ton of damage from that goop. Will they go for it? No, Bruticus thinking better of it, realizing I Love Joseph has quite a bit of damage going under the turret. May not be the wisest of choices, so does back out, but we are sitting at 1 kill apiece here to start the game off. There is a gold lead for the side of C9, though, so definitely an advantage in terms of the farm. It's actually, where is that gold lead coming from? Because the CS numbers are pretty much dead even. It's I'm actually kind of confused as to how C9 have a couple hundred gold advantage here.
Yeah, I think it's mostly just from the fact that once these waves end up pushing back, that the actual gold itself coming out of Lost Boy being next to the wave after getting the kill on Lyra must have been where the extra gold came from. Taka was clearing by himself, and then Lyra dying by herself with Scarf clearing wave. It must have just been from the ambient gold, just their team being around each other more frequently than Enix was. That'll give you a couple hundred gold in the early game. We can see that it's kind of flattened out a little bit now that the waves have reset. It's kind of hard to look at the gold difference when you've got like waves crashing into turrets at like 1.5 plus, but nothing too much to scoff at. I mean, these gold differences aren't going to make or break, but that Impale will.
Yeah, that Impale definitely will, especially with the core collapse following it up, but they can't quite close out the kill. Marto just barely going to be getting himself to safety, and of course is that Lyra. So it's just going to throw down some sigils and heal right back up into fighting shape. So that's one of the things that C9's going to have to be careful of, is if you don't actually close out the kill on anyone on the side of Enix, well, you're just going to be dealing with them in a couple seconds later. But, well, they'll consider that Lyra dealt with.
Yeah, so the unfortunate thing about what's happening to Marta right now is he's trying to apply pressure, but when he's constantly getting hit up by 3 members of the enemy team, it's very difficult for him to survive. Lyra's really good at putting pressure on. She's not very good early game at surviving it herself. So Scarf, not generally the best partner in lane to put pressure on with. That being said, he can provide certain things if they try to get Taka to rotate up at the same time. Ooh, nice little glimmer shot there to make Bruticus come out of stealth. There was a scout in the tri-bush, so not a complete blind shot there. But the main thing I'm looking at right now, and we talked about this when we were watching Noble Pro earlier, is when you have a Taka, what are you doing with this pick early game? And right now, Bruticus really isn't doing much. He's just farming his own jungle. He's only attempted to invade maybe once. You need to bring him to lane or send him into the jungle, one of the two, more often than what they're looking to do.
Yeah, well, right now, Bruticus is looking to get damage onto Hardek. A nice double impale, but I don't think they have enough to follow up on that. Now, Joseph was just a little bit too far away to really get involved in. As soon as they leave, Bruticus comes right back in and finds the kill onto Hardek.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really nice kind of return to the fight. You kind of make the enemy think that you've backed off, you've, separated ways, or perhaps you took a little too much damage. I mean, I would say arguably ENX should probably stop retreating from lane into the bush. They've done this like 3 times now in the same direction, and it's very easy for Lost Boy just to impale in one direction and catch multiple people. So perhaps splitting up your disengage could help them avoid a little bit of the damage. But if you do take damage, you do get to play a little bit of a mind game and determine whether or not you go back in and re-engage. They do focus on Hardek here. Marto getting stun locked though. A little harder to kill now that he's finally got some items.
Yeah, it's going to be... I mean, there was really no risk on that one shot because the turret was always going to be blocking it. I think that's one of the things that a lot of people kind of get nervous about is when that one shot comes out. I've seen people so many times like start dodging immediately even though they're behind the turret and completely safe. But either way,
out from behind the turret and get yourself killed.
Yeah, exactly. It has happened before, and it's pretty funny when it does. But Lost Boy gonna be just helping to keep Hardek safe in this lane, and that's kind of one of the big keys. Is again, Hardek early game on a mage, usually not the strongest point for him, but it's definitely working out here because Lost Boy has been able to help keep him safe so much.
And we're kind of seeing with the trend we talk about with C9, where even though Hardek is falling behind in terms of he's died, his team is still allowing him to farm pretty safely when he gets back. Lost Boy's holding out the wave, and Isle of Joseph is not falling behind himself, right? So we still have a strong component of the team. All Hardek needs to do at this point is just keep farming and get to that late game, because the late game carry potential of the Celeste and Kestrel combo, we've seen it already. It's really, really strong. So that's their goals at this point, is just to continue stalling out. Honestly, it doesn't really matter how much Hardek dies as long as they don't lose any major objectives.
Yeah, exactly. And well, no major objectives have even really been looked at. A big Dragon's Breath coming out here from Bladeheart, but it's just not enough damage. And the Impale coming back through. Bruticus trying to find Hardek, but is not going to get him. There will be the kill going finally over Marto, picking that one up. But it is a 2-for-1 in favor of Cloud9. They could very easily turn their attention onto the Gold Miner, but Joseph looks like he wants the kill onto Marto. I don't know if they're going to find it here. Instead, just going to settle for some solid damage on this turret. Could actually take it down with only Marto here to defend it. He's not able to clear out these minions anywhere near fast enough. And the turret destroyed, and the 300 gold that goes along with it per player going over to Cloud9.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, we just see an engage that really isn't warranted. I really always have to question scarfs that use Dragon Breath at like the level 6 rank version of it. Like, it's just so weak in comparison to your Goop and Spitfire combos, and many times it puts you in a very weird position early game. Like, you have to go straight to your enemy, and the amount of damage it does generally isn't that amazing, so they a lot of times can just turn on you and blow you up with just basic ability usage that isn't all too difficult to accomplish. I mean, the fortified health coming out of it is also much less. So a couple of things to consider. I think Bladeheart should have just stayed on the back line and poked. They would have had a much better chance at doing successful damage and not losing the turret. But he did commit, got blown up, sent to Dragon Heaven, and they lost turret because of it.
Yeah, well, that's Mardo going to get rooted and stunned again. They're able to put so much pressure onto Mardo and force out these utility abilities. The portal's already being used now defensively. It means they don't have to worry about a hard engage. Mardo, again, going to be trying to go in still. Joseph gets taken down low, but they just don't have enough to secure the kills. And it looks like C9, they're going to be able to walk away from this one yet again.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, we're starting to have to think a little bit about how the draft is working. Oh, I do like this invade from Bruticus, though. I actually think this is something he should be doing more often. It does kind of come short, though. Lyra leaves Scarf, though. So there was a big miscommunication there between the teams as Lyra leaves Scarf. Scarf tries to look like he rotates. Lost Boy does not want them to leave this lane.
No, he really doesn't. He wants Joseph to be able to get this farm and join the fight, and they find the kill. It works exactly as planned. This is why Lost Boy Toph is one of the greatest roamers in the world, because of decisions like that. I mean, with the help that he and Hardik had, I was watching, I was like, why is he even preventing them from leaving? Like, they could easily turn this around, but he knew Joseph was going to be able to get there in time. They turned it around, get the kills. Absolutely brilliant play from I Love Joseph. And Lost Boy.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, eventually Joseph finishes killing his jungle, and he has nowhere else to go but to help his team. So the overstay and even re-engage coming out of the side of Enix is highly questionable there. Like, you're not going to really get anything from it anyway. Maybe you do pick up one kill, but then what? Like, you're still too hurt or you die yourself, especially if the risk of Joseph being there, it's just not worth it. There's no jungle to steal at that point. He just cleared it. There's no turret you're going to be able to take. It's better just to kind of reset. Once again, I didn't really get to hit on this because the fight started, but when we're looking at the draft on the side of Enix, yes, they pick up the Lyra, but they pick up Lyra with Scarf, which is not a very good lane bully to work with. Secondly, they pick up Lyra with Taka, who wants to go in, and if you engage with Taka and Lyra, you leave Scarf susceptible on the back line if Kestrel or someone's able to get to Scarf. It's a little bit awkward, the draft and how they're attempting to approach it, versus Cloud9's draft is very simple. Lance stands in front, and you Helio and Glimmer Shot from behind him. It's that straightforward. So there's a lot of things I think the Enix needs to have to come together in order for this comp to succeed. And Cloud9, they're just, it's way easier to pull off what they're trying to do. And I think that's why we're at this lead right now. That's why the turret has hardly any damage on it coming from the side of Enix.
Yeah, the turret has really, it's taken a fair bit, but nowhere close to be at danger of going down. Mardo is at danger of going down, though, but they get in, they get onto I Love Joseph, but they just cannot find the kill. It is repeatedly over and over and over again where they come so close to taking down this Kestrel or the Celeste and just not able to finish it off. And that is going to be an ace and an immense gold payout for Cloud9. And they can push in onto this turret as well. Hardik should be able to take this one down with the ace buff minions at his back. And 10-4 on the kills. His gold lead has just skyrocketed over the last couple minutes.
Why are you ulting again is my biggest question to Bladeheart. I mean, you didn't level it up. You're level 9. You didn't choose to level your ults up to its second skill. If you did, you might have actually picked up a kill or two in that last team fight. But since you didn't, you should be relinquishing your desire to tap that third ability and just poke from a distance, because it is much easier for you to continue to do damage there if that's the case. The thing is Taka's going to go in and try to distract Lance. It's going to force Lost Boy to make a decision. Do I go back and help the target Taka's on, or do I continue to keep Scarf from being able to land successful abilities? Lost Boy can make the right or wrong decision, but require him to make the decision to begin with. And Taka needs to be slippery when he does this. He can't full commit. It's all about just causing enough distraction so they're able to get Goops and Spitfires off. They're able to build up Broken Myth stacks and then engage on a single target as much as they possibly can. But if they fail another team fight like this, I don't think they come back at this point. The damage from Celeste and Kestrel is just too high.
Yeah, well, we might be having that fight come out. Lost Boy, the impact does get blocked. as Bladeheart with a nice reflex, but now they go in, portal in, but where's the Bright Bulwark? It doesn't get used at all, and Marto is down. It looks like it did get used, but maybe it was stunned or interrupted because the cooldown is up, but the Bright Bulwark definitely never actually went down onto the fold. But again, another fight going the way of Cloud9, and I want to go back to your point a little bit about the ultimate from Scarf. Like, you're talking about how it's really weak at level 1 of the ult, or skill point 1 of the ult. It's so much so that players used to not even skill up the ultimate at level 6. Like, that's how much people used to like completely neglect the Scarf ult.
Sometimes you still don't too. Like if you know the condition of your comp is purely poke and goop, you can save your ultimate. He did end up leveling it up at level 10, so it looks like it might have been a misclick on his part at level 9 to not take it, considering he didn't finish out goop at least for the rest of the level up period. But even so, yeah, you're right. Like it's a very hard thing for Scarf to be able to land with this team comp because he doesn't really have anyone to help protect him once he does ult in. He doesn't have an Arden Vanguard or a Gauntlet. He doesn't have anything coming out to really give him the advantage he would normally get from ulting. And obviously Taka can go to the back target, but a lot of times the Scarf ult isn't going to reach that target that Taka's on.
Yeah, it's very similar situation to what we saw from the previous series with Noble, where they had the Taka to jump onto the back lines, the farthest back hero, but the rest of the team just wasn't able to join him there, and they just didn't have the damage to get the kills. And it's extremely similar to what is happening now to Enix.
Yeah, it is. And as both of these teams now try to figure out how they want to close out the game, it looks like C9 wants to force them into a team fight as they do zone them out. It's a lot of damage already.
Yeah, lots of damage going on. There's a fight fully engaged now. Bladeheart is on the retreat. Lost Boy is going to be chasing this one down, though. With those boots activated, has plenty of movement speed. The Scarf ult is coming through, but immediately gets stunned with a Githian wall. Not before they take down Hardik, but it doesn't seem to matter because Lost Boy Toph and I Love Joseph have so much damage together. And it's going to be Bruticus getting back in onto I Love Joseph and finds the kill, makes it a 2-for-2, and gets back to safety. So a good turnaround there from the side of Enix.
I mean, I don't think they're going to have an opportunity to do that again. Like, Cloud9 should know right now what their big mistake was there, and that was letting Taka and Scarf get onto a target together. Up until this point, they have not been able to execute as a carry squad on the same target. It's always been Taka's on one, Scarf's trying to get through the other, and it's just not working. Until that last team fight, where Hardik was literally sandwiched in between both of them. That's really the only change. We saw a really nice Githian wall come out from Lost Boy to stop most of Scar's ultimate damage. And then, of course, Bruticus did make a nice play, picking up a bounty there on Joseph, going back in. The scout trap that was down on the side from Lost Boy, just not quite being able to uncover him as he goes invisible. So some nice kind of scrappy plays, but we'll have to see if they can set up the team fight again to get to the same target, because I think it's going to be difficult. And Cloud9 should not let that happen again.
Yeah, they really should. Cloud9 was really chasing that kill or that fight hard. I think they were getting a little bit ahead of themselves, hoping to find another fight and then just be able to end the game off of it. But now Hardik, again, getting engaged on, taking a lot of damage on the goop, but they return plenty onto Bruticus. The portals have to be used defensively, but the Dragon's Breath is getting a lot of work done. Hardik now going to be jumped on again, but Bruticus not able to find that one. There's one shot going to take down Marto. Bladeheart still very healthy, but has to contend with Lost Boy Toph, putting him into the wall and stunning him, keeping that body in front, blocking the Spitfires, and there's just nowhere for that little dragon to go. It's an ace for Cloud9. They're going to turn their attentions to the Kraken and going to get a solid push off of these minions as well.
Yeah, I mean, that team fight... I mean, I don't know. Bladeheart had so much health and energy left at the end of the fight because Taka got most of the distraction, but so did Lost Boy, right? Like, it wasn't like everybody was really low and Bladeheart could pull off the 1v3 clutch. There was a lot of damage that was done. We saw a bit of a big mistake coming from Taka early on to when he Exretsu'd in. He actually got core collapse before he was able to kite in after the Exretsu. A little bit of a preemptive core collapse coming out of Hardek caught him just in this millisecond of downtime you would normally have to tap that ability. He got blown up pretty hard because of it, and it was a forced fountain out of Marto in order to save his life. It's not typically, you don't want to be using fountains to save Taka's life early in a team fight. You want it to be up for Scarf. Once Scarf gets his ult down, once the damage comes out, so he can continue sustaining through his barriers. But we're going for the last engage.
Yeah, this is. Well, I was gonna say this is potentially the last fight, but it's pretty much a certainty at this point. 2 kills going over, and just Marto left alive has to portal defensively into the base. I mean, Joseph even follows those portals twice. He's just having fun now. Knows that the game is over. Kraken is going to be able to finish this one really on her own if it need be, but it will be the ace coming through, and Cloud9 taking game number 1 of this best of 3 series to retain their spot in the Evil 8.
I mean, that was rough. Like the triple root coming out of Lost Boy there over that wall just to seal the deal. Like if they were going to defend, it was going to be difficult. But Lost Boy made it difficult by getting just an amazing set of roots that game, constantly body blocking the Scarf damage out. I mean, Lost Boy really, really made this comp work, protected Celeste and Joseph. Celeste and Kestrel as much as he could, and it just was a very impressive showing from Lost Boy. Like, he's generally one of the most consistent roamers around, but he also makes plays on roam. He's not just a glorified donkey carrying around all the goods for the team. He definitely gets out there, makes the plays happen, and I'd have to say Lost Boy was my MVP for the match for C9, really just kind of bringing everything together for them. But we'll have to see if he can continue performing. Still got a couple of games to go if they want to keep their spot in the Evil 8.
Yes, a couple more games at that. With best of 5 here, live at Challenge Battles. This is the last series of tonight. Can Cloud9 keep their spot? We'll find out in a few moments. Game number 2, we're going to get to after this quick break, so don't go anywhere, folks.
Only $14.99.
Don't miss the call. Download Band. Communication made easy.
All right, we are back, everybody. This is the final series of tonight. Cloud9 up 1 game against Team Enix, and as we look to start game number 2, Cloud9 looking to continue this path forward here, but Team Enix, man, they are definitely looking to finally put a halt to that and pull out a victory and reverse that, maybe pulling off one of the biggest upsets in Challenge Battle histories. You're, of course, joined by Tasty Bacon and Fuji as we get ready to...
It was my turn.
Honestly, the truth is, it's the F every time I almost say it. Habits do not die, Fuji. But you know what? We're going to get started in this game just in a few moments. I think everyone's in here ready to go. And Enix, they actually... It looked like they had some real good moments in that first game. I mean, the early game looked really strong. They were catching Hardek out a lot. I think Hardek learned his lesson, and positioning really improved, it felt like, throughout that game, Fuji.
Yeah, I mean, like, we end up seeing him get caught a few times in the early game. That's nothing out of the norm, I don't think. But at the same time, they weren't really using this Taka to actually execute with anything. His getting caught was not because they were making something happen, it was because he was just overextended and in positions he shouldn't have been. I don't think Enix can afford to draft something like Ataka and not actually put pressure on. Plus, I think they have to question picking up the Scarf with the Lyra in lane just not being the best together. Go to Adagio or something. You don't go don't pick up the Scarf if you really want pressure coming out. Like there's a lot of options that you do have. I think their draft was a little bit concerning, but this is only game 2, so they still have plenty of time to correct and correct and fix this. So we'll have to see what they do.
All right, Tasty Bacon, the picks for the bands are in as we get into the draft.
Lance and Samuel going to be taken off the board here, and it looks like it will be that Finn going over to Enix. So Marto most likely going to be running that one, and Fuji, they left the Taka open.
Yeah, I can't say this is... So really, they think Lost Boys Lance was a big concern last game, which I don't think is wrong, but you have to weigh your concerns, right? It's a weighted scale, and there are certain things I think that are a little bit harder to deal with. I don't think Lost Boy on Lance is going to be as consistent as Joseph on Taka. That being said, as we build it up, cast your curse, we'll see how Joseph actually performs on Taka. I definitely think Status Baked in North America has kind of stepped up the performance on Taka, I think, to perhaps even a little bit of a higher level. So Joseph's going to be coming out in these Evil 8 challenge battles to really say, you know what, like, I'm still the best Taka around. I can make the plays to keep us in the Evil 8. So looks like we fell out of draft.
Yeah, we'll get back into it. Should be able to start right away.
Draft got a little heated.
Yeah, a little.
But we're back.
Yep, we are right back in. So nothing really to worry about here, as they are going to be jumping back on in. And again, the same picks and bands going to be coming through. There will not be changes to this. So, I mean, again, the with the Lance and Finn, those are both picks that the band and the pick directed at Lost Boy. Because we've seen Marto has had a very high tendency to pick this Lyra, but taking the Finn first pick, it means you do not want to give that over to Lost Boy. So the focus for Lost Boy there, he still has the Arden to fall back on. He can still play Lyra. Like, there's still plenty of options for him. So trying to target out Lost Boy, I think, is a bit of a mistake when, again, you could just try and focus on Joseph and take care of that Taka, and perhaps you could ban away the Kestrel and the Taka, and then all of a sudden you're forcing Joseph down onto a third pick like that Krull, which then it's a Krull and you can just counter that. So I think I would have liked to see more jungle focus.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, I think at this point we see the Finn coming through, so they obviously have an idea of comps they want to pair with it. I like Finn and Kestrel together. I like the abilities for them to pull off combos. Sky is kind of a nice other back kind of poking hero that's able to sit there in a pretty safe position. Joseph's going to have a lot of work cut out for him trying to stick to the target he wants to. Typically, Finn does do a pretty good job at messing up Taka's engages. The Catherine, the last pick, will definitely do some work into the Kestrel, but my main thing I'm going to be looking at for this is how consistent can Marto be at blocking Catherine's ultimate, because that's going to be the make and break of this game. Because if a successful ultimate does come off, Joseph's going to be able to most likely get rid of one of the heroes before the timer drops, at least, or get rid of maybe even just the Finn, because Celeste is going to be able to stack up Broken Myth stacks during the beginning of the fight. A nice Catherine ultimate, a nice silence will definitely make things very difficult. Mobility is not an option when you can't use your abilities.
Yeah, it can be pretty tough, but for now, in the lane, Sky versus Celeste will be the matchup, and Bruticus can take that Kestrel down into the jungle to try and deal with Isle of Joseph. Now, this first rotation, it does have Enix getting to the shop first. They could take advantage of this, but instead, they decide to go rotating up. I think that is, Catherine is actually extremely weak early game. I really would have wanted to see them try and capitalize on that fact, especially knowing they got to the shop first. and could have had that potential to go in, get a couple early kills, and just really start the game off strongly.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a mistake on the side of Enix, just not understanding the matchup very well. Like, they should know their clear speed is substantially higher than that of the side of Cloud9. And not only that, are they going to get to shop early, but they're going to be able to clear their front minions before Catherine and Taka do, which means Kestrel has a level 2 advantage on top of her shop advantage. So I think they should have definitely pushed it.
Yeah,
But,
well, Bladeheart going in, finding that first kill. We did talk about how last game when the kill went the other way in the lane, how it really shouldn't have happened. So Bladeheart remedying that situation and getting the first blood in the game.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely do think Sky should be, if anyone gets a first kill in lane, it should be the Sky, not the Celeste. Keeping Hardek pretty busy up there means that jungles should have more opportunities to look to accomplish what they want. However, Joseph is not letting Bruticus do things for free. Does pop that Scout. Scout's going to delay him for a little bit, but you can see the entire side of Enix coming down, keeping Taka from invading. This is very smart. You don't have to engage to any team fights. You don't have to do anything particular. You just kind of hang out and wait. Joseph's trying to figure out what he wants to do. Marta's going to stay in that tri-bush. I like this move from them. This is a way to keep Taka from getting anything more. It also slows his own personal rotation down because Catherine does not help speed that up, which is why you most likely will just see Lost Boy in lane with Celeste anyway. So nice little adaptation coming out of the side of Enix. Some smart plays. Would have liked to see something come out a little stronger before. Can't say I agree with Bruticus looking for the solo invade once. Must have been maybe an absent lane call from Bladeheart there. You can easily see Celeste's left. So pretty dangerous to go over and attempt to get the fronts when you don't have vision in that tri-bush.
Yeah, Marto and Lost Boy. Lost Boy's going to be getting a free stack on his passive with that one. So nothing really doing there. But like I said, the fact that they've been playing so defensive against this Taka, I love this. I mean, Taka is all about the early game, is all about trying to take over a game within the first few minutes, and they are completely denying that ability for I Love Joseph. Vision going down to prevent him from being able to sneak in through the lane, and well, now they have themselves an advantageous fight, and they are going to be looking onto Lost Boy, Toph, and Hardek. I Love Joseph tried to get on the Bladeheart, but doesn't have the damage built up early here, and now I Love Joseph could be the target, is going to be trying to jump around, but is going to go down, and Enix very, very strong against this Taka in the first few minutes here.
Yeah, that was definitely a really nice hold. I think they probably could have even gotten a little bit more off of it, but you could tell they weren't really sure if they should defend against the Ataka or dive into the Celeste and the Catherine. I think defending is definitely the safer choice. This invade coming out of the side of them is also pretty smart. They got chased off by Catherine. I don't think they were paying too much attention to the death timers. They actually had time to be able to steal the back jungles without needing to leave. But once again, talking about playing the safe game, I think right now they're just trying to make sure that they don't lose the early game to the Taka rather than just trying to make the plays on them. And we've mentioned this before. The win condition versus Taka really is just not losing the early game. If you can make extra plays, if you can steal some farm for free, then yeah, for sure do it, but don't overcommit to it.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they're doing, and that's why they do have a slight gold lead within the first 5 minutes here. It's about 600 gold now going in their favor with both mini mines being captured. But Bruticus, he is in a world of trouble as he walks into the doubles of enemies in the brush and does end up falling. Not really a whole lot he could have done about that. The jungler doesn't usually carry around an excess of flares to be able to flare out their own tri-brush. So that was just a nice rotation from Cloud9 in order to pick that one up. Marto going to be in a good chunk of damage, but I mean, he's that big tanky Finn, shouldn't be too worried about this one. And so things just going to kind of continue on as normal. Cloud9, while they got that kill, they really didn't get anything off of it. There wasn't, any jungle stolen away as a result. There wasn't any, wasn't much damage done to that turret, if at all. So yeah, they got the kill, but it didn't really benefit them.
Yeah, not too much. I mean, I think so. as a jungler, when you kill your minion mine, if you don't have vision on 2 of the 3 enemies, you should probably, after you kill the minion mine, always rotate up towards the lane side. Simply just because if you don't have flares, if there are no scout traps, if you can't see anything, it's better than just hoping they're not there, which is basically what Bruticus did. He just like crossed his fingers. He didn't even like camo into the bush just in case. He literally just like AFK walked through the bush and got caught. So definitely needs to not do that, even though Cloud9 didn't get much off of it. If that happens again, they definitely can look to do gold mine or something as the payouts happen, as more items come online for these teams. There will be easier opportunities to get something from a pick like that, so they're actually just going to go ahead and go for gold mine now.
Yeah, they're going to be starting this one up. It's a very early gold mine, as it's not going to be, it's only going to be about half full, as it does get him 195 gold. It got stolen, actually. It was Bruticus picking that one up, so definitely not going the way that Cloud9 were hoping. They get some good damage onto Mardo, but Bruticus and Bladeheart are there to answer. However, in the backs, it's going to be I Love Joseph trying to steal this away from Bruticus. Bruticus finding the Treant, and now can just continue to look for the rest of the farm. Is going to get both of those as well, so I Love Joseph not getting anything off of this invade, and in fact, getting dropped very low, but they found the kill onto Sky in the lane, which means he's able to get out here safely, and this turret should be going down, so a little bit of a consolation prize there for Cloud9.
Oh man, that's really bad on the side of Bladeheart, simply just because you know your team is going to stop Taka from getting a successful invade. So what you need to do is play superbly safe at that point. You need to sit at your turret, use your death from above to clear the lane wave if you need, whatever it takes until they're done with Taka, if it's a 2-person push. Getting caught there, while Bruticus and Marto did a really good job, Bladeheart really did something that hurt his team a lot. Like, losing first turret is so bad when you're up against the Taka, because it gives him even more flexibility to roam around and cause havoc in the mid game. So definitely pretty bad for the side of Enix here, as they look to try to hold off what might potentially be another push from Cloud9, or maybe just another small invade. This scout trap doing a little work here in the tri-bush. No one's cleared it out yet, giving a lot of information over to the side of Enix, so they know they're safely able to take these backs.
Yeah, and I mean, when you made the comment of, this could be another push or a little invade, that's gonna be the worry for Enix. Really, the rest of the game at this point is with that first turret down. You don't know exactly if Cloud9 is going to be looking to get a really strong push on the lane, or if they're going to be ducking down and rotating again, because you no longer have that extra vision up at those front 2 entrances to your own jungle. So there's lots of ways that side of Cloud9 can get into the Enix jungle without getting spotted, and that is worrisome.
Yep. I mean, it's always bad when you don't have a place to be able to successfully disengage from, especially if you're behind. And even though the gold difference is only 1,000, I have a feeling Enix probably thinks that it's much more than that, just because of some of the fact that they've lost their turret. Now they're going to have a chance to go back in.
As a big hook, Hardek is going to be caught on the front lines, but the fountain comes through nicely. So does the Solar Storm, getting a lot of damage on the Bruticus. Bruticus is down. Now they turn their attention to Bladeheart. Bladeheart falls almost immediately after. That's a big quibble. Will find 1 kill, but that is all it's going to find. It is an ace for Cloud9, and immediately I Love Joseph coming down to the gold mine. He does have that Storm Crown Aftershock, so he has plenty of damage to take down the gold mine with. And Lost Boy Toph, he's actually going to start working on the turret, trying to get these ace buff minions pushed in as quickly as he can. But immense gold payout goes over. Bruticus throws out the 1-shot 1-kill in an attempt to perhaps steal it, but it is far too late. And just like that, the gold lead has now jumped up to about 2,000 gold in favor of Cloud9.
Oh, Mr. Bladeheart 92. He actually had the ability to completely win that team fight. When Finn did the Force the Cord and Kestrel got the stun off, Celeste was bursted down so low, but, well, we might have a chance to talk about it. Bruticus getting killed here.
Yeah, Bruticus does go down. Enix, they're going to be on full retreat mode, but Hardek and Marto going at it. Meanwhile, I Love Joseph, there's no escaping him once he sets his sights onto that target. Marto going to do what he can, but it's not going to be enough, and that is a second ace coming through.
That last team fight they lost in lane really is the huge turning point now for C9 to be able to just close this game out. Those are the bounties the gold mine they needed, the turrets they needed, the kills they needed in order to actually finish a lot of the items and get a head up on the side of Enix. What I was saying before, though, was when the Force Accord came through and the trap went off, Sky had an opportunity to just use boots and dive Celeste for the kill, but instead he decided to use Death from Above to kite the Taka around, and then once the Kestrel died, he used boots to try to go in without any cooldowns and got immediately blown up. So I'm confused at kind of some of the decision making coming out of Bladeheart right now. He definitely had opportunities to make some big plays, but he was timid at the wrong time and engaged and confident at the wrong time. He's got to flip those around, or else Enix isn't going to find what they need to in order to win these games.
Well, 8-3 now in favor of Cloud9. It's starting to look pretty dire. Marto, though, perhaps going to be setting up for a Forced Accord. Nope, they don't throw it at all. I mean, they have no vision in that forward area. Lost Boy Tough has been putting down so many scout traps with that contraption that he picked up. Their control is pretty hefty on the vision. Marto is actually going to be the one taking the brunt of this damage. That's a nice job by Bladeheart to get onto the back line. Some good damage coming through. Bruticus getting very, very deep. Solar Storm going to come out. Doesn't find a kill, but it finds enough damage to set up the kill. Now Lost Boy and I Love Joseph, they're extremely low still. Bladeheart still very healthy, but I Love Joseph doesn't even care. Is diving onto the back lines, but not finding the kills. Oh boy, this is so risky for both teams if they stick around at all. And Trient gonna go over. Bladeheart will just barely pick that one up. And I Love Joseph, he's gonna go ahead and take these doubles. So when all is said and done, ooh, just very narrowly missing, walking into that one shot, one kill. But 9-4 when the dust settles.
I mean, that was a pretty crazy team fight. There was definitely a lot of maneuvering that C9 needed to try to do around that corner in order not to get stunned up. Probably not the best engage from them there after the Marto Force Accord came out. Oh no, Bruticus.
Lost my top, stands on a scout trap, and immediately Bruticus going in hard onto him. Hardek still very healthy. Is going to be working on getting those stacks. Solar Storm cleans house on to Bruticus, but now can Bladeheart again try and turn this around? Death from Above doesn't really connect. The nice Surrey Strike to reposition. Damage onto Hardek. Gets stunned. Now looking for Lost Boy, but I Love Joseph is saying, I've got some burst damage too, and uses that Kaku. That's going to be a kill secured with the kite, and I Love Joseph finding the ace, and while every single member of Cloud9 was low, none of them go down.
Yeah, like, this is just a game that's going to be so hard to come back from. Bladeheart's sitting at 99 CS at almost 15 minutes into the game. Honestly, a Frostburn in this game would be working wonders for him right now, just to slow the progression of Taka, to keep Celeste more, like, stationary. I don't think going for the extra defensive items is necessary. I mean, yes, it's going to keep you from taking a ton of damage, but you're only getting a few windows of opportunity to do your damage anyway, and if he's missing those windows, he's not going to be able to finish them out. Hardek might be overstaying here a little bit. Looks like they're looking to disengage. Lost Boy's on the way, though.
And Lost Boy is coming. This could be a potential re-engage. They've already taken about half the energy out of Bruticus, and they're going to look for damage onto Marto. Solar Storm coming through, does a good chunk of damage to all three of them. Bladeheart gets jumped on, and I Love Joseph finding enough damage to set up Hardek for that kill, and now it is just Bruticus trying to run away. Big three-man stun, but has nowhere to go. Is going to fall. A triple kill for Hardek, and an ace with minions pushing into the base. This could very well be the game for Cloud9.
Yeah, I mean, if they split turrets, this is game. Bruticus doesn't even have a breaking point finished. It's almost 15 and a half minutes. Like, these guys optimized a little too heavy on the defensive routes, and they didn't complete enough of the offensive items, I think, that really could have made a difference for them in some of these team fights. Like, I could only imagine the amount of damage Kestrel could have been doing with breaking point finished, because some of these team fights were lasting quite a while. Kestrel going down, though, it was really all up to Bladeheart to really make the plays, but we know without Frostburn, without a way to really slow them down, his forward barrages had to be perfect and on point, and that's not easy to do against Catherine, and able to quickly manipulate their movement speed. So nice try. Definitely, once again, a showcase from Enix saying that they have the potential to take a win. They have the ability and the know-how of the game, but right now we're just seeing the mechanics coming from Cloud9 are just more superior. We're seeing silences not getting blocked coming out of the side of Enix, just unfortunately forcing a lot of damage coming out from them. And then just the farm is a very important factor too to notice, is just the disparity between the laners. Hardic being 30 farm over, 33 farm over the side of Bladeheart is just it's unfortunate, man. Like, you got to really buckle down here in game 3 and say, we got to get the basics now. We have to farm correctly, we have to engage and peel correctly, got to make the right decisions in the team fights. It's not anything more complicated than that at this point. It's just they got to play their game, play clean, and they might actually have a chance to take one off of C9.
Yeah, and I mean, the early game has looked good for Enix. I mean, the first 6 to 8 minutes, they were neck and neck or even ahead. But then it feels like, you know, once that mid game comes around, Cloud9, that's when those mechanics, the superior mechanics that they have, just seem to take over and allow them to just carry it through to what ended up being actually a rather quick victory in the grand scheme of things.
Indeed.
Indeed, yeah, it's not surprising when you do see Cloud9 snowball like that. I mean, they've got the synergy. They've been playing for a long time. This roster specifically, Fuji, has been together, and so they know when to turn it on.
Yeah, I mean, these guys have been playing together for a pretty long time, and this is C9's most successful trio. They're the ones that dominated in this summer season, made it to the semifinals in the summer championships, and now trying to hold on for dear life in the Evil 8. They bring out the strongest trio they can think of, and I definitely think it's the right decision coming into this game. We can see Enix they're not a bad team. They definitely have a lot of good moves. They made some good plays. I loved their variation in the beginning of the game to try to keep Taka out. And this is like, you have to have confidence for that, right? Like, this is I Love Joseph on Taka. So they're not like straying away from it, but they have to clean up their play. Like, Kestrel can't just be face checking Tribush and dying. Like, they can't not be on the same page when they engage. Sky can't be kiting back while you're stunning Celeste and trying to kill her down. So if they can tighten up a few things, I think they might stand a shot. But Cloud9 is looking to definitely take this to 3-0.
Well, we're looking forward to this third game here after the break. When we return, this final, maybe the final game of tonight. We'll see, unless Enix has anything to say about it after the break.
Only $14.99.
Don't miss the call. Download Band. Communication made easy.
All right, everybody, we're back, and we're getting ready for game number 3. It's Team Enix versus Cloud9. The teams are set, the players are in, the draft has started, so Tasty Bacon, take it away.
All right, well, this is potentially the final game of the night, and we'll see for Cloud9. They're certainly hoping that it is. They hope they can just come in, take a clean 3-0, and get their attention back onto their Evil 8 opponents, including their newest Evil 8 opponent, Fates Zero, who did manage to win their series earlier tonight. So Finn, Samuel are the bans. That means Lost Boy, well, he's going to get his Lance. However, the Celeste Kestrel does go over to the side of Enix. This is a very, very strong duo that has been really played a lot in the past couple weeks.
Oh, don't. You should give Joseph Taka though. I just
maybe
don't
they felt like,
understand.
Joseph didn't really carry last game with the Taka. It was a lot of it was on Hardek that time, so maybe that's what they're thinking. But you can't rely on that. Like,
but if you're gonna let Taka go, then why not get Scarf instead of Celeste, right? Like, Scarf is such a better pick in the Taka due to the nature that once he lands a fireball, it's easier to stick damage to him. If things go really bad, you just ult, get a bunch of fortified health. You can chase Taka around with your Dragon's Breath. Like, there's a lot more you have going for you if you're going to purposefully let it go over. But that being said, we'll have to see. Like, I mean, I definitely think Taka into Kestrel is something Taka usually wants to avoid. Once you get to mid-late game, you switch your attention over to just trying to be a nightmare for the Celeste. And Bladeheart's going to have a lot of pressure on his shoulders again to deal with this Taka. And it's going to be hard. The only thing I can say might be going in their favor is if they can keep Taka from getting a heavy lead, which is going to be hard because it's Taka Lance into Catherine. Catherine's not the best at keeping Taka from invading and stealing farm. Then maybe they can put some pressure onto this frontline late game. But if not, like, once again, it's the same old story with C9, and you just allow Hardek to just farm. And once he gets the late game, even if he dies 10 times, if he dies 0 times in the lane, it doesn't matter because Joseph and Lost Boy are going to set the pace, and Hardek's going to come in on this CP carry and just blow everybody up once it actually matters.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see what happens because we are underway for game number 3. Cloud9 have the 2-0 lead in the series. Again, looking to close it out right here and now. So, early skirmish. Again, Lance Taka having a much faster clear, able to get onto these the members of Enix and taking down Bruticus. Not even going for Marto, who is Catherine, very weak early on. Does get 1 return kill, but it's still a 2-for-1 for Cloud9, and now they can rotate up onto the lane. That's pretty risky there, Joseph, but is going to be forcing Bladeheart to have to play very defensively because of the potential threat that can come out. They didn't get any jungle steal because obviously the respawn's very quick early on, but it's still that pressure. Now, after taking that fight and getting both of those kills, it puts you, just in a state where you have to constantly be afraid of that invasion happening. Well, in the lane, they've managed to find that 2-on-1. Marto, again, feeling like he has to stick with his jungler to keep the jungler safe, and that's when Cloud9 make the move on the laner.
Oh man, there's just so much going on in favor of C9 already for the start of this game. Like, I think that the thing about this Taka pick, while Taka himself, it's not like Joseph is making insane plays, it's just hard carrying this game. But when Joseph picks Taka or you let Taka through, the thing that you're noticing that Enix is having a hard time with is decision making around what to do about the pick itself. They don't know whether to have 2 people in jungle, whether to buy extra scout traps. I mean, we see Taka right now doing an invade on Bruticus. Like, he wins the 1v1 for sure. So it's going to force Catherine to either come down or stay in lane. The amount of decisions that come out of this one pick, ooh, that was unfortunate. I actually thought the Glimmer Shot was going to sneak it, but it's all about the decision making. Like, a lot of times people put a lot of pressure on the outplay potentials, but sometimes just the presence of a hero on the fold is enough to make another team struggle just because they don't know how to deal with it. And that's what we see. Like, we see this high distraction, this uncertainty where I don't know if I should be helping my jungler or sitting in lane with Bladeheart because he got picked off last game. So Marto's having to make a lot of hard decisions with his team right now. And I can't say necessarily his teammates are making it easy on him, because if I was Marto, I'd be having a hard time making the decision too. It's like, where do I go?
Yeah, and well, right now he's choosing to go into lane, and Lost Blade Top says, "Welcome to the lane. Here's a giant glaive into your face."
That is true.
Well, Amardo again, just, trying to get in, trying to get the stun onto Hardek, but Hardek going again very deep, takes a turret shot and is gonna fall. So a little bit too aggressive coming out of Cloud9. However, down in the jungle, it looks like I Love Joseph maybe looking to find some damage onto Bruticus as well. And I Love Joseph, again, he's someone you cannot leave unchecked underneath the turret. They are so aggressive. This goes back to the days when Cloud9 was Nemesis Titan. This hyper-aggressive turret play. Just not really caring about the turrets whatsoever and just going for kills.
Yeah, so I definitely like the dives coming out of Lost Boy and Joseph. I don't like them coming out of Hardek. There's no reason for Hardek to be attempting to dive his Scarf. I mean, he uses a boot like active to engage with no energy. He can't even drop goop. So it's not even like over aggression. It's just really like poor play. But I definitely think it's just because they feel they have such an advantage that they don't have to necessarily care about these kind of things. They're trying to push hard, make plays, kind of tilt Enix off of any potential mental momentum to come back. But Joseph's going to continue in jungle to try to thwart that kind of momentum that they have. And even though Bruticus does get the last hit on the minion miner, Joseph's still doing work here. If Joseph hits level 6, it's going to be so much harder for Bruticus to now be in jungle because Catherine's having to stay in lane. Catherine doesn't feel like she can leave lane, and this is exactly why we talked about this pick being so detrimental for the side of Enix.
Yeah, well, they're going to find Joseph underneath the turret. However, Cloud9 doing a great job of not aggroing the turret and instead just taking it down. This allows an engaged Githian wall into the destroyed turret, will allow them to find a kill. And just like that, big gold and another kill going over to Cloud9. They are already up to a 3,000 gold lead at 5.5 minutes. It just really feels like Enix, they just have fallen off a bit here.
Yeah, like I'm confused why you probably wouldn't have even drafted the Arden. Perhaps you pick up the Catherine because you see the Scarf and you have an idea like I want to be able to stun Scarf out of his Dragon's Breath. But at the same time, it's kind of like you don't necessarily get the advantage of being able just to pick one roam for one reason, simply just because once you see Taka Lance on the battlefield, you need to have more peel. Like things like a Vanguard, a Gauntlet could give Celeste and Kestrel a lot more room to work with. It's a lot harder for Scarf to get through a Gauntlet. It's a lot harder for Taka to get through there, and a Vanguard can really help in a situation, but one stun coming out of Catherine's not going to protect your whole team.
Yeah, definitely not. Well, and speaking of protecting the team, that is going to be another kill going over to Cloud9 as they find Bladeheart and I Love Joseph and Lost Blade. Again, just causing havoc. That's a lot of damage down to Hardek. They're going to try and chase it, but Bruticus getting rooted. I Love Joseph coming in right behind. Does get silenced. Doesn't matter. They find the kill. Mardo going to be trying to get out of here, but again, turrets, what are those? They don't really seem to exist in Cloud9's vocabulary.
No, they don't. I mean, they're going for the dives because they can. They're so far ahead right now. I mean, at 7 minutes, being 4,000 gold ahead, almost 5,000 is substantial lead. You just can't deal with it. Not to mention the level advantages they have. Level 7 over level 5 for Taka versus the Celeste. So when he Xretsu's in, he's essentially guaranteed to kill her unless she has someone there to peel off. These invades, the inability for Enix to decide what they needed to do in order to stop this aggression coming out of the Taka was tough. And it was just Taka by himself keeping Kestrel from being able to make plays because Lance was just in lane with Scarf, causing so much trouble. Essentially what Enix was unable to do in game 1, C9 is successfully doing with Scarf and Lance in lane. I think Catherine is just not the pick you want helping defend you in lane. She just doesn't do enough.
I want to, speaking of, not being able to defend your laner, I just want to point out the farm on Bladeheart.
It's pretty low.
And you jump that over. I mean, first of all, you compare it to his own jungler. He's behind, way behind Hardek. And I mean, having less than 40 CS at 8 minutes, that's under 2 CS a minute. Like, that's really unacceptable for this level of play. And it's kind of why this gold lead is now approaching 7,000 gold at under 9 minutes.
I mean, when the series started, we talked about the matchup. Would it be Hardek or Bladeheart that would get abused maybe more? And Bladeheart definitely was the one who was focused much harder in terms of the pressure, the potential to be able to perform just wasn't there. And Hardek's really stepped up in these games, being able to farm efficiently. I mean, when you're at 9 minutes and you're only at 40 farm, you're actually more than half under the expected farm rate for like what an Evil 8 laner would potentially do in a normal game. And like this is something that's going to be so detrimental to them. Like you can't even come back. Like they can essentially throw their bodies at you at this point because of their level advantages and farm advantages. They can make a couple of mistakes in a team fight and they're still going to win simply just due to the nature that you are so far behind. We just now at 9.5 minutes have the first tier 3 item coming out of the side of Enix on Celeste. Well, technically they do have Storm or Sorrow Blade and Fountain, but Celeste's first tier 3 item at almost 10 minutes into the game.
Yeah, if your roamer has 2 tier 3 items before you get your first, something's wrong. Like
yeah, something's not going according to plan. Like we sat here before the game started, we talked about some things. This was not what we talked about.
No. I mean, you don't exactly plan for being, almost 10,000 gold behind at 10 minutes, but that's the third turret already destroyed 10 minutes in. Marno, he's got nowhere to go. Dragon's Breath coming out. They're not even going to be able to get the kill because the Sanctuary is right there. One shot, one kill does come out, does connect. Hardek is low, but there's the Fountain finally being popped after diving into the enemy base. 12-2 on kills. I Love Joseph, he's not done. He's going right back in and finds another kill. This is just getting out of hand.
Yeah, like I said, like at this point, if Celeste gets dove on by Taka, she dies. Unless Marto is there to save her, she's 100% guaranteed to get exploded. I mean, you can't prepare for situations like this as a team because you shouldn't really ever get this far behind as a team. There should be at some point where you're able to kind of patch up the bleeding, put a band-aid on it, kind of call your losses where they were at. If Taka's constantly invading jungle and being successful at it, bring everyone to lane, put a bunch of pressure on the Scarf or the Lance, force C9 to have to make a decision, make a call. But when you continually send Kestrel into jungle against this Taka, and she continues to lose 2, 3, 4 times, and Marto's having to split his decision, you're always going to end up with the same result. So I definitely don't like Enix's adaptation to make a decision that's worth like causing C9 to have to think twice about. Throw a pair of travel boots on if you're Kestrel. Run to the enemy jungle if you think Taka's there, if you even see her. Like just do something different. But they weren't able to.
Well, it looks like we may have some more of the same as Bladeheart goes down. That is now the 6th death for that laner. 6 deaths also for Bruticus. And again, things just absolutely not going the way that Enix were hoping in game number 3. As for Cloud9, they probably couldn't be happier with the way this has gone. Marto is getting taken down very low, does not get rooted there. And it's going to be a little bit of poke damage on the turret, but they really can't get much done. I mean, the death timers are so low right now that even when they find a kill, they don't really have much of an option to try and shove into the turrets and get damage on them. Bruticus going to be coming out, but can't really find anything here either. And, I mean, if for Cloud9, I think it's just keep the pressure on, don't let your opponents out of the base, wait for Kraken to spawn, and use that to end the game.
Yep, I mean, it's almost 13 minutes into the game now. We have Scarf sitting on 3 offensive items, only 50 gold away from a Shatterglass. Like, he can have his 4th offensive item at 13 minutes. Pretty insane. Versus 1 Broken Myth, 1 Sorrow Blade coming out of the side of Enix. There's just not really anything you can do at this point. Like, you even see C9 having, like, finding things to do, just pushing them in their base. Oh, triple root.
Triple root, triple stun with the Githian wall. and that is another kill going over, and they found them pretty far out of the base. They could potentially get an ace here. Bruticus is going to be trying to run away. The stun gets blocked, and that is a kill and the ace going over. And again, death timer is very short. They're going to be up in under 20 seconds, but with ace buff minions, I could easily see Cloud9 looking to end the game right here, even before Kraken spawns.
Yeah, I mean, or at least even just get one turret from it. We'll have to see what they try to do. We do have Stormcrown on Taka, so objective damage is going to be very hard. That minion wave will get cleared out, though, so they're not going to have the barrier reduction on that bottom
That turret
turret.
still took over half its health, and there was no barrier reduction on it because the minions actually went too far to the north. But Cloud9, I mean, they're still potentially looking to fight this one. They're kiting back very well, getting some good harassment damage on the way. But it looks like Enix, I mean, they should give up this chase, but they're not going to. Another huge Impale and Githian Wall combo, and that's going to allow I Love Joseph to jump right back on in, find a kill. Marto going to be taken down very low. The fountain comes out, not enough. And with only Bruticus here to defend, they don't even care about the barrier. The turret is going to fall. Now they can turn their attention onto the Crystal and or Bruticus. And it looks like it will be or Bruticus. He's going to go down. Those minions in the base just became ace buffed, but it doesn't matter. This is the Crystal getting destroyed, and Cloud9 will retain their spot in the Evil 8 with a 3-0 victory over the side of Team Enix.
Whew, man, it's like a whole nother of gameplay coming out of Cloud9 to make sure they didn't drop out of Evil 8. I know there were a lot of questions coming in to the challenge battles of how strong Cloud9 actually are. They looked so weak all season. And the players on Enix, I mean, these are not bad players. These are all skilled individuals trying to come together. They've made it work up to this point. They got into the third place, poised to make it into Evil 8. But Cloud9 really turned it on, and like a lot of it comes down to the drafts. Just Enix were not really setting themselves up for success from the draft to beginning. Once again, I'll just have to continue to question the Taka lack of priority that they had. But man, yeah, that being said, that's it. Cloud9 secures their spot. We'll see them much more in the future as they try to get their spot in the Worlds in the upcoming split. But man, what a dominant game by then, just to constantly go on. I mean, Lost Boy did so much work on this Lance to where Scarf literally just built pure offense because he never at any point in time was in any danger of dying to anyone on the side of Enix.
Yeah, and I mean, it's pretty much like you said, with this Cloud9 roster, with these three specific players, it feels like either Hardek hard carries or Joseph hard carries. Game 1, it was Hardek, as they managed to, or Game 2, it was Hardek, and Game 2, it was Joseph, and or 3. I'm just talking about the last two games here. I meant to just talk about the last two games, the games where Taka came through, but it was, Game 3, Taka carried so hard, and it wasn't even like it wasn't even by necessity that time. Typically when Joseph is the one going off, it's because he has to, because Hardek is getting killed repeatedly in lane. But in game number 3, there was just a really strong performance from everyone on the side of Cloud9, really leaving no doubt about the fact that they deserved their spot in the Evil 8.
Well, everybody, that is going to be the last game of tonight's match. Tonight's stream here in the challenge battles, and it concludes with 3-0s all around. Guys say, with the exception of Fate Zero, who's really, very impressed. I actually think that, Nemesis Titan was a very worthy foe, and it's, definitely a shame to see them go down. Fate Zero really proving that they are superior here out of the Challenger series, not losing a single series, and of course winning through the challenge battles as well. But when we take a look at the rest, it's just these lower Evil 8 teams. They are strong. They're not one of them, not even Nemesis, were really easy teams to come up against. And so definitely our hats are off to these teams, to these to all these orgs that came out here and really put up a really good show. Congratulations, though, of course, to Fate Zero, to Team Phoenix, and to Cloud9. You guys are in the Evil 8. Some of you keeping your spots. One of you, Fate Zero, getting it for the first time. So congratulations. So with that, here is what the Challenge Battle results are. 3-0s across the board. So it's definitely been, man, it's been a very fast-paced night for sure, as these series move pretty quickly, Fuji.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we kicked off the day around 3. So, I mean, if these series went to all 5 games, we would have had quite the day on us. But I kind of like the fact that the teams that got into the Evil 8 did it in a dominant fashion. It makes me perhaps more excited for what's to come. And there wasn't a bunch of struggle. Perhaps these dominant games will be a bit of a precursor to what they're capable of doing in the Evil 8 in the next split. But, of course, that's next weekend. So until then, these teams do have some time to prepare and kind of get their heads on for what's to come.
Absolutely. Well, everybody, this concludes Split 1 of the autumn season. After this, we are going into Split 2. And, of course, the rest of the competitive matches will be on the update 1.23. So for now, we want to thank everybody for coming out and watching the streams. We appreciate the support from all you viewers. Also, big thanks to everyone here at the VIS staff here, especially our casters tonight, Tasty Bacon and Fuji. Thanks, guys. And with that, we'll see you guys next week as we kick off what will be the remaining of Split number 2, the start of the Challenger Series in North America. Don't make sure you guys tune in next weekend. Of course, there will be the Evil 8 Split 2 starting off as well. See you guys then.